In tomorrow still?
Okay, morning, sir. Morning, Dave.
Good morning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Morning, Dan.
Right, sir.
Hi, Lee.
Right, whenever you're ready. Okay, I'm going to start at the back of the outline, and we're going to talk about fleet management. I know that you guys were interested in what we do, and so we brought Pam over to help us if we need it, and Jeff's going to talk about what we do with our fleet vehicles.
Okay, so what I'm going to concentrate on today is the pickups because that's relevant to what the rest of the county uses. Nobody else has dump trucks and right, so we won't get into that.
I'd like to.
Okay, the R&R owns approximately 30 pickups today. 13 of those pickups are assigned to personnel, which means one person, one user. The other 17 are pool vehicles, which means multitude of people can use them. They're not actually assigned to one user. The current rate for our pickups is $12.67 an hour. That's the hourly rate used. Some pickups that are used less have a monthly rate, and that varies depending upon the pickup. So what that rental rate includes is it includes fuel, servicing, all repairs, and insurance. And part of the servicing part, which we're going to get into, is there. I gave you a copy of this here, which is our service record, which shows our different types of services: AM service, PM service, our AM, P, B, and C, and they're done at different intervals. A is, of course, the standard oil change that you would see at most places, and that's changing the filter, and we do a few other things with our pickups. So what we do is each person is required to fill out a user form, and it tells the number, if there's anything wrong with the pickup, and the mileage. And that's turned in daily to the shops. Also, when people go to get their fuel, they also put down your vehicle number and the mileage. So two places that gives our people at the shop the opportunity to grab that mileage, and we keep it in a spreadsheet. Each vehicle is tracked individually, and it tells the vehicle number, the next date when the service is due, the current reading, and the date of entry. And then they keep track of when the mileage, as the mileage ticks down, they update the spreadsheet to where then when they get close, or when we're close to time for due, then they'll contact whoever's the driver. And they say, okay, we're looking to schedule you for next Thursday. Does that work for you? If it does, they bring the vehicle in, and the user brings it in, drops it off. They have to clean it, and then the shops go ahead and do the service. If it's a pool vehicle, then they contact whoever the main user is, whether it's the west end, east end, or us here at the camp or at engineering. They contact us and say, Larry will say, we're going to take it Thursday, and then they just come and pick it up. They come pick it up, do the service, drop it off. So that's how that works. That's the county's or public works in a nutshell. How would that work for other vehicles? We could basically do the same thing, and there's two different ways you could do, or a couple different ways you could do it. They could actually be all owned by ER&R. They could stay in the commissioner's fund. And if they were owned by ER&R, then they'd be charged the rate that's averaged with all the other vehicles we would have. So again, some of them are, the reason we use 1267, it's an average, it's based on the use and the repairs. So if you have one vehicle that has, say you blew a motor, and if it was individual, the thing would be astronomically expensive. But because it's averaged with the other ones, you may have 20 other ones that have just the standard service of the fuel. So that's why we average them all together. There are,
So I understand 1267
per hour?
use,
Per,
hour.
per use.
per hour of use.
Yes, per hour of use. And those rates are looked at every year. And they go, I'd like to say they go down, but we know costs don't go down. So they typically, but the pickups have been fairly flat. You know, they haven't gone up a lot since we've been here.
So how do we track hours of use though?
They fill out a sheet,
Daily sheet.
a daily sheet.
Yeah, so if you use it, there's actually a book of, it's a 2-part form.
So if I get a pool vehicle and I take the vehicle in the morning and I drive to a meeting in wherever, I drove it for an hour and then I was in the meeting for 7 hours and then I drove an hour back, am I charged 9 hours in the example I gave, or am I charged the actual use? Or is that?
You're
irrelevant?
just, the pool vehicles, a lot of the pool, or not a lot, but some of the pool vehicles are charged by the month. But the ones that are charged, you charge to a project. So essentially, if you're driving out to say Golden or Klickitat to look at something, right? When you track your time, you would charge your time to Klickitat.
Okay.
There's also a place on there to put the vehicle. So then you would charge your vehicle to it.
Okay.
And that's how we track the hour charges. And then when we set the rates up, we look at all the different hours and we see the cost, and that's how you calculate the rates.
And I think an answer to your question is we would charge the 9 hours because it's not in the pool then to be used by
Right, by
somebody
somebody
else.
else. So I
then we would
basically have
to charge-
reserved it to my
If you're,
use.
if you're
for
only
that.
charging by drive time, $12 is not gonna cut it.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
That's where I was trying to find out, like, how do you get it to $12? I wish I could drive for that.
it's pretty reasonable, but then, you know, you figure if it's charged out all day and you've driven it from here to the fairgrounds, we do well.
So Public Works, maybe just a little more, the bigger picture. Public Works is required by RCW to have an ER&R so that equipment gets replaced. So we're not left with a bunch of graders and dump trucks that need to be replaced and there's no money to do that.
Right.
So we're required by RCWs to have a fund that's specified how we do that. And then we track things through Kayenta because we want to get reimbursements where we can. And to bill out projects so we know what the actual cost of that work is. So there's more than just the rental and servicing piece that goes into the equipment that we have. And that's why Jeff said there's, you know, a couple options that the vehicles could all come into the ER&R or that they could be still remain in the commissioner's vehicle fund and get serviced by Public Works. So there's, if they're in our fund, the R&R fund, they have to be treated a certain way and there are requirements that we have to follow. So we continue to get that standards of good practice every year to crab and not be in the doghouse.
Right, my thinking with the R&R, even if we have Public Works oversight, was not to put it into their fund. To keep it as a commissioner's fund, and they would be doing the record keeping maybe, or whoever we have do fleet services, record keeping. And then possibly throwing a mechanic on there, so they're doing the oil changes instead of, you know, whatnot down in Freedom Automotive. That was the other thought, but not to put it into their fund.
And then, you know, like other departments that we manage, they only can, like their grants only allow them to reimburse by mileage. So mileage reimbursement. And so, you know, the ER&R works for these guys and that's under RCW, how you manage it. Other grants are different in other departments. So
Yeah.
Staying within the commissioner's budget makes a lot of sense
Yeah.
in those situations.
So are the pickups that are in ER&R, they're not in the R replacement fund? So they're, that 1267 funds their replacement as well.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to
Yes,
confirm that.
We also hand ours down. So the ones that are 13 are the ones that are owned, the 13 that are assigned to personnel, they're assigned to our supervisors, the foreman.
Right.
Those don't get, when they're done with those, because they're the ones that get driven the most.
Right.
That's how we keep the longevity with our vehicles, is then those get handed down.
Right.
So we hand down, so then the people that drive them all the time that need a really reliable vehicle, And we have a 3-step hand down process. They go from the people that use them all the time to the crews, and they use them as crew vehicles and pool vehicles. And some of them come over to us over here. And then from there, they'll go to buildings and grounds who, use them from here to the fairgrounds.
Fairgrounds.
And so we get a lot of years
Bumps
out
out
of it.
between here and there, it's not a tragedy.
Exactly, yes.
Which brings up the next question. I like that way of rotating through. That's smart thinking. What is your, if you have your own fleet up there and you're required by RCW to operate yours in good practices, whatever, what is its replacement mileage on those things? Are they still 100,000 or?
So we do 150 or 10 years. But the reality is we have a lot of them that are beyond that.
Yeah, and they still work as long
They
as you're,
still-
if you were driving them to Roosevelt, you might think twice, but if you're driving to the fairground.
Yeah. Yeah, so we try and the high mileage users, they get the new vehicles, and then the others.
Well, that's kind of the way I'm thinking about it for fleety stuff too. If you have to go to a conference in Ellensburg, we probably shouldn't give you the one that's got 160,000 miles on it.
No,
When they check it out from the pool,
Right.
it just makes sense.
yeah, we do the same thing in the pool. We have some that have less miles that you can go to conferences with, and then we have the ones that you run around town.
Do you guys take into account engine idling time?
We're gonna start, we haven't been, but we need to start doing that.
Yeah, because we have inspectors that, they're there on the job in the winter, the hot months in the summer. And
Cars running for 3 hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of the new vehicles have engine hours on the tach. You just push the button and know how many engine hours.
Yes, that we are gonna start looking at. Again, there's, like we talked about, there's 2 different options, or at least 2 different options to do it. They could still stay in that fund. Public Works could still manage them, if that's what you wanted. They just plug them in, we plug them into here. The rates we'd have to look at a little different because they're more standalone. They aren't wrapped in with ours. And then-
I guess I'd say my want is I want a central hub. So when this vehicle snaps timing belt,
Mhm.
somebody's entering it into the system. 2 years later, the transmission goes out at 85,000 miles, which it shouldn't.
Right.
Somebody's plugging it into the system. 2 years later, the transmission goes out again. Okay, we obviously have a problem vehicle that may not make it 150,000, but I don't want people coming in going, yeah, this car's just nothing but problems. We need to change it. Well, what are the problems? Oh, it's just constant maintenance. Well, what are the maintenance? I want somebody to be able to hand me some papers.
Right.
And
Right.
say, this is why. And then no problem. So that's what I'm looking for, is that management aspect, and then possibly, I understand if it's a commissioner's vehicle and you guys are doing the oil change on it, that I would imagine that you would be billing.
Yes,
The
we
commissioner's
would
vehicle.
bill
And
you.
now it's a.
But it's still keeping the money in-house.
Yes,
As opposed to sending it out. And I do like, hey, we do support our local community and whatnot, but is that, I don't know. I mean, some of those things, if we still wanted to send it out, I think we can address with policy changes that maybe you don't need. If you want to change your oil every 5,000 miles, that's fine, but maybe you don't need full synthetic oil every 5,000 miles at a charge of $160. And we could fix that with a policy thing that doesn't make them do the mechanical if you guys don't want them to do the mechanical.
Do you guys do your own tires too, or do you send the tires out? 'Cause
no, we use the tire up. We'll rotate them, but honestly, if like the pool, you guys buy your tires at Les Schwab or at Goodyear, so you could get those done. And what we're proposing for services, we could do an oil change in about a half an hour plus the oil. And we would do it similar to what we do our pool vehicles, basically. We would track it. And as long as somebody let us know the mileage, if you wanted to do that, you did at least the fueling. You bought the fuel from us, you go in, you'd sign that, and then they would put that vehicle in the spreadsheet. And then, as they would keep an eye on the reading, and when the A would come, they would call whoever whoever was responsible for the vehicle and say, look,
It's fine.
it's time, you know, what works for you? This is our time. We have a Tuesday and a Wednesday open.
You choose.
You choose, and then, you know, and then we'd have to talk about, do they drop it off? Do they pick it up? The one thing we do require, and we did this quite a while ago, we require to wash them. And we have a wash bay out there just because our mechanics shouldn't have to crawl around and, you know, the thing hasn't been cleaned in a year. Fight through all the dust and everything. So we have our people
You should
wash
have
their.
like did this at any one of the automotive places I worked at, because you had no grease, dirt, grime. You just got used to it.
Mhm.
Interesting. What do you guys charge for fuel out of your pumps?
So it depends. Pam probably knows, but you know, you get a spike at the pump, you know, we bought our fuel over time. And so that
Yes.
curve goes up and comes down much slower than at the pumps. And Pam,
Would there be any cost savings to mandate our county vehicles get filled from county pumps? Or would it really average out at about the same and not be a budget saving?
Probably be a little cheaper, maybe. Like they said, you know, there's times when we're a lot cheaper. I don't know what we pay now than at the pumps. We don't see the big spikes. We see more of this.
Right.
There'll be times it's more expensive for us or less expensive. But we have a markup. And this benefits the county. Why? Because we put a markup for the fuel pumps, and that pays for any maintenance that needs to be done to the fuel pumps, the time to read the pumps and all that. The more users you have, the less cost you have to maintain. And then your markup goes down.
yeah, so the ER&R is set up to where it can't lose money, it has to pay for itself. It's like a store and it sells things, rents things, and it just can't lose money. We don't have the profit component, so obviously that's not there. Whereas anybody in the public has to make a profit. So we don't have that piece. We just have the cost to operate, and we can't go below
And
that.
you're not paying the property taxes for Sinclair gas station or paying Sinclair
Right.
gas station's corporate attorneys and everywhere else that money goes. So long-term, it should be a cost savings.
Yes,
The employees, I think, I'm sure are gonna balk. When they are used to just driving up to a nice convenient gas station and now they have to go up there and deal with that, I'm sure there'll be some pushback over it, but I think it's a cost savings to the county.
Other questions?
If we did have you do the maintenance stuff, would you need to be hiring another mechanic? Or could you rotate through the basic oil change thing? Like he said, that's all you're gonna do anyway with the mechanic you have.
I don't know how many vehicles are in your pool.
Right. We would try at first doing it with the people we have.
Yeah.
And see, I mean, and there would be certain times, I mean, we'd be working with, there'd be certain times we just won't do it.
Yeah, if we have a snowstorm or an emergency event or.
Or chip sealing.
That kind of stuff, we have to wait on the services. So,
But they're pretty good about working around.
yeah,
And it would be a schedule, like I said, it says a schedule type.
Well, that's gonna be, like, I'm totally open to the idea. I'm anecdotally, I think there could be some efficiency and some dollar savings, but I need to see because staff get to be expensive really fast. And it's like, so there's always that break point of if it's 2/3, I can't hire 2/3 of a human. I gotta hire a whole person.
Right.
And so we'll have to look at that, but it seems like it should work. There should be some savings to us. And in some ways, it should even be more efficient. It's not like getting service work done in the private sector is I just show up and they take care of me. Just a minute. Okay. For oil changes, that kind of stuff, but it's not always. Sometimes you sit there, you have to schedule, or it's the same thing. Oh, we can get you in on Tuesday. Call for service at the dealership. And they'll like, oh, Tuesday. And I'm like, no, not this Tuesday. It's 3 weeks from Tuesday, maybe in the afternoon.
Well, then you gotta figure out a way to get yourself back.
Back and forth.
Right.
Here, they can have a pool vehicle on site, drop this one off, hop in the pool, go do your work. Come
Yeah,
Back with the pool vehicle, pick up the car.
And I do know as far as ENR, as far as the rates, that is something the auditors do, because we have to justify where
Yeah.
that rate comes up from, where the fund can't make money, can't lose money, can't make money. So that sounds like a perfect way to have, there should be savings there. If we're basically running a business that there is no, like we are mandated to not lose money, but also have no profit. That sounds like that's understanding that it's always, we're trying to get close.
Yeah.
Because you can't do that. Madam Clerk.
This might be another component of this big discussion as far as if everything did go to the ER&R, would the ER&R go away? And then these folks would also. Excuse me?
Right.
That's what those rental rates are for, those for replacement and expenses and
It's all-
maintenance.
Yeah.
it's all-
right. If that's what you wanted to do. If
Well,
not,
it
we could
sounds
do
like
it, we could do it
where it's
without
just a
them.
basically fee for service. like
Right, if
we're
we
gonna
just, a fee, we
compensate.
would just tell you, this is it. If there was something that we saw during the quick inspection, we'd let whoever and say, this is our approximate cost. We've done some of this with Sharon. We don't do her oil changes, but I've worked with her to we've done some service on her vans.
Right.
Because we're right there. It's much easier for us than her to take it to Vancouver, Portland or Vancouver, where she was taking it before.
This is two different things then.
Right,
You'd still have the replacement of the VR&R.
right,
And this is for the service and maintenance of it.
right. And then we would have to identify because those departments now pay for those services in the private, out of their budget, those line items. And we would have to figure that out, how we could monitor that. Because again, ultimately, the goal is it's going to save us money, and we should be able to, if that is happening, and we might even look at, maybe we don't pay for that stuff out of each individual budget. Maybe we just, if it's a pooled resource, that we pay it out of that pooled, we budget a certain, and it's not, we don't have to track it in their budget.
Instead of vehicle maintenance, put in each county department, it's vehicle maintenance is VR&R, and we just put a big dollar amount there
Right.
versus 27 smaller dollar amounts.
Right. Understanding that this number hopefully is at the very least the same as far as what I've deducted out of there, or hopefully smaller.
Right.
So it's like if I've been putting in, $1,200, $1,400, if I add those all up, this number I'm putting over here better be the composite of that plus a little bit less. Otherwise, why am I doing it?
And if you had pool vehicles, and I don't know, I'm not really sure how exactly, if you had one, like say planning has one, your inspectors, they need their own vehicle because they're out and about.
Right.
But let's say planning has one for their office, building has one, health has 10 or whatever for their office. Maybe you don't need as many, maybe you do
Right.
that.
Yeah.
Well, that's the goal
That's
too.
what it's gonna come down to, because like I said, there's one department that I will continue to point out, has two vehicles. And in 1 year, they spent $246 in fuel for two vehicles.
So it's like there's a
I don't even know that they
asset.
need two vehicles,
Part.
let alone those need to be pool vehicles.
Well, I can tell you it's not getting replaced in 10 years then.
So I think that's something we're gonna look at. So, because I think there's some that will have zero impact on the departments as far as providing the service. It's just not, it may not be as convenient. Like if I have to schedule a pool, I look at it just like, when my kids were home and driving, they sometimes had, oh, I want to use the truck on, well, let's see. And it was.
The other question I guess I have is, if we're all in this new building over here, where would our fleet or our pool be parked?
Maybe in one of our new parking lots that we're
Yeah.
gonna build.
Yeah, either around.
No,
the
apparently we're
building
gonna
or-
keep
Right where that
public out
building
of.
goes?
Yeah, either we could pick a
That's
spot
the
around the
fleet parking
building
lot
or
right
some
there.
vehicles, over.
Yeah,
where
for
Annex one
listeners,
is,
it's
yeah.
Dave S.
We have lots of.
Okay,
But I could get with Lee and find out how many vehicles are in the pool and then talk to our shop people and see if we can do it with the people we have. And that would give you the first start.
and could you also have Pam maybe keep Jen in the loop, as far as the fiscal piece of it,
Mhm.
and be thinking, because I can see the wheels, or at least my wheels are turning on this, and so.
I would like to keep it in-house if at all possible, and I don't have to have an employee. If I have to have an employee, it's cheaper for me to do it somewhere else. If I can pay you guys to do it, you guys can take that money and build a road with it. So,
Well, we'll do it for the cost of the vehicle, actually, so.
Jen?
For our cost.
Are we including the sheriff's vehicle?
I was, right there, I mean, because they've got, that's a significant part.
It
of their
is,
vehicle.
it is. I didn't know if we were just talking about, that's why I was talking, talking to Lee. We're just talking about the ones you guys have, or are we talking assessors and everybody?
Those are all.
They're all parties. Okay, the sheriff too.
The sheriffs are ours too.
Oh,
the sheriffs are kind of held at a different,
Standard of.
well, different pool, you might say. They're in the same pool, they're just held at a different.
Right.
Yeah, and they may require a higher level of service too,
true.
because of their, their,
How they're used.
how they're used.
Well, and that might be the case where we have you guys do this, but we also set a policy that continue going off-site for your oil changes, just don't buy fully synthetic oil every 5,000 miles. And we can fix them with a policy issue and just do ours through house.
So my answer is, I don't know. I would like to explore it though, to see.
Yes.
To see the pros and cons of it, because with that too, like the sheriff stuff, I mean, we have liability on everything, but there may be a little higher level of like if I'm working on rigs that are being used, that's different than if I'm driving it to the fairgrounds or
Right,
frankly out
exactly.
to do an assessment on somebody's house versus a law enforcement officer that's doing a high speed,
Yeah.
there could, and I'm not saying that means no, but I think we
No,
need to
no,
think
it's
about
fine.
that and
It's
just,
different. It's
it's
different.
different, it's different. So it may be something that's worth it to us to let
Sublet
you
that,
folks
right.
handle
Yeah.
that liability.
And I'm totally.
Not
fine.
you folks,
No, no.
these
Yeah.
people that are doing it now.
Yes, exactly.
But I also think that if we're changing the sheriff's vehicle out, it's 100,000
Mhm.
because of high speed pursuit, chase.
Right.
Liabilities, that vehicle might end up going into the pool when it's done to finish its last 50,000 miles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
And we can just have handcuff seats in the back for anybody that wants to ride. And not race, or they can pull the seats out and bring them home when they put the handcuff. seat in.
okay, so let's move this along.
Okay,
All right, good info.
Good information.
all right. I'll just keep moving with the stuff.
Okay.
We have
I have
the
some
agreement with the
questions
PUD. That's our connection for net metering for the solar system on the roof of the new building. I have to have it in place. Let's see, Old Mountain Road is moving along. They're still working to finish subgrade and then they'll start hauling surfacing rock. Let's see, we finished our grant funded edge line projects. Our guide signs and guideposts are still waiting for materials. West Garland and Roosevelt are both, we have signed and executed contracts. They're moving forward. Roosevelt grade paving starts on September 15th. And so we've worked with the Lund Hill Solar people and the landfill. And so we have they all know we're coming and that there'll be some disruption.
How long do you figure that paving's gonna last, or how long the disruption? Or
How many days we got?
we talking a week, 2 weeks, month?
It's about 3 weeks.
Yeah, it'll be fairly quick, but it'll be,
It's a lot longer for the project because the
Yeah, the guardrail extends beyond, but it'll be less of an impact than the paving.
How long do you figure
operation.
the Darlin from start to finish is gonna take?
I haven't seen their schedule yet.
It's pretty quick. I mean, they'll grind it in a day,
Week, 2 weeks, 3?
probably 2 weeks
Couple of
max
weeks, yeah.
to do the whole thing. That's all they got planned.
So Roosevelt, great, well, while we're paving, the road won't be closed, it'll just be.
No,
Yeah.
One way.
Single lanes.
Yeah.
Pilot car.
Yes.
And you did say the landfill that has been,
Yeah, they're well aware what's.
okay, because I know right now they've, hopefully maybe by then it will be a non-issue, but I know because of their reliance on contract trucks, because they've had so many folks out of their normal drivers, which apparently, I mean, they can put them on their road, but it kind of disrupts their,
Slows their road down.
it slows their road down. And so their contract drivers go up our road.
Yeah, they've talked about using, when they're doing the heavy paving, they've been working with the contractor. Because just so you guys know, that's where the grindings are going.
Oh,
The landfill wants the grind.
Yeah.
what are they're using them on their internal road?
I think so,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Interesting. Is there a value in those grindings? I know
Well, there
you-
wasn't, but
I-
apparently there is.
I'm cheap and I'm sitting here going, why are we not saving our grindings to put on our own roads versus getting them to the landfill?
I don't know if we, they're property of the contractor when they grind typically. We would have to, then we have to have them delivered somewhere.
There's a cost.
There's a cost to it. For them, it's Roosevelt's right there, so they would dump. Now, if they were grinding in Darland, they would say, yeah, we're not getting the grindings. We're not hauling them over there. If you want to pay us to haul them, and the landfill would probably say no.
Right.
But because
It's
they're
right there.
they'll go there.
But it is an interesting concept because we would normally, it's like, oh, thank you for taking this awful stuff. And but it could be that, no, that's actually a valuable asset.
So,
Yeah.
so Trout Lake Highway, we did all of that. The grindings on that thing were never ours to deal with, or the contractors to.
Yeah, you can
Give away
keep
yourself.
them, but it's not a freebie. I mean, there's a cost there associated with getting rid of them. So like out here, you remember when we ground up Court Street, we actually supplied our trucks to haul the stuff away,
Right.
and that was cheaper. You know,
Mhm.
we got the full benefit out of
Do we
it.
haul it away or do we haul it and put it in a pile so we can use it later?
We hauled it and put it in a pile at the Estep Quarry, and then we now completed putting that back on Estep Road as a project.
Yeah, it
So we
works
built
for
it.
base courses.
Yeah.
And we did it at the fairgrounds with some of our
Right.
grindings too.
Yeah,
So
that
no,
we got those from WashDOT.
yes, we get to, so
Yeah.
Dan's right, it does, they have a value.
Yeah, well, that's something I think for a further conversation in the future about that.
Yeah.
But when, like for Roosevelt, because the feds are paying a big percentage of that,
We can't haul.
we can't haul.
We can, yeah.
We can't be part of it. And I don't think the feds would go for us buying it either, because then we're using it someplace else. And they say, wait a second, we're supplementing another project for you guys.
And that we certainly couldn't do that.
No,
No.
absolutely.
Yeah, if we can do it, we can do it, but if we can do it, we should do it.
Yeah,
What's that?
Are you sure that other counties don't do that though?
Not with federal.
Not with federal.
projects, you can't. I mean, you could do it, but it might be 5 years from now, by the time you get permission. And I
Or
mean, there's
if you do it
special
anyway, you
permission,
might
and
be
they
serving
told
5
us
years.
you can't, so in the past, we've done pieces of the work as maintenance and, be part of the project.
Yeah,
Because
they
it just
said,
makes sense, and then they cut that off.
yeah.
You can't do that. Just, even though some things make a lot of sense, doesn't matter. They have the rules and the rules govern. And there's no flexibility
No.
for FHWA. Even though we'd like there to be.
Yes, maintenance, like I said, we get them from the state, we do. And we make use out of them.
So more than likely on Roosevelt, the landfill is probably paying the contractor. Or the contractor's dumping them for the sake of dumping, but I can't imagine it's not.
Probably dump it for the sake of dumping
It's
them.
the cheapest
It's the
place.
cheapest place.
Yeah.
Right there.
And it works well for
For
them.
them too.
It's
There's
kind of a
value.
mutual.
Everybody wins.
Yeah. And we can't really say anything, 'cause it's a Fed job.
Okay.
All right, design side, our projects are moving along Courtney Road, just getting that thing ready to advertise in late October, early November. Klickitat Path, working on the design, working with state parks and WashDOT to get a permit. The first time they denied us to get access for the crossing at the community center, but actually they actually striped it as a crosswalk, so we think that they think there is a crossing there, so they should give us a permit eventually. Courthouse parking lots, just working on those for construction next season. Maintenance projects, pretty much done with our paving and chip sealing, so we're grading. Our East End crews prepping before Roosevelt grade project gets there. We're doing some minor maintenance to clean things up out there, removing the sand from underneath the guardrail, those kinds of things. So that isn't a cost of the county through the project. And hot mix patching, we have enough of that to keep us busy for a long time. West End Cruise, they finished up the paving on Trout Lake Highway in Glenwood, and they're striping the center line, placing gravel on roads, cleaning cattle guards, marking culverts, the things we do in this part of the season. Let's see, the new building, they're actually putting down carpeting on the second floor in most rooms that get it. And then they'll be moving downstairs on the first floor. And then once they get a little farther along, they'll start on the third floor. They're actually putting in the, I don't know if you remember, there's a lot of big openings, the entrances to each department. They're a Rayco frame that actually gets built in place. So they're fabricating and installing those parts, and then the glass people will come and measure so that it's kind of a custom window that gets built for the opening, you know, so it all fits neat and tidy. And then the doors will go in. Civil site work, you can see them out here grading, kind of finishing up, prepping the road and the alley for paving. The paving for Court Street and the alley will be the 15th of September. So a couple weeks yet. But that'll happen. And so they've completed all of the concrete work associated with paving. It's all the curb and gutter, sidewalk, and there's a gutter in the alley, those kinds of things. Those are all in place. Electrical work, the low voltage people, you know, they're kind of living in the server room, trying to punch down all of those cables that go in there. And power is supposed to get turned on Thursday of this week. So that's good news. That's a big milestone for the building. And then I think on the first, so this week, server room should be ready for Jeff Rowe and his crew to start setting up and getting ready to move things over. Our fiber guys come in, I think, after the holiday to install the fiber line. So the conduits installed from the pole, the alley, all the way to this building and then back to the new building. So things are coming together. Finished carpentry is moving along. All the solid surface and cabinets are being installed. The lighting is actually being hung in the offices and departments and conference rooms. So the electricians that continue to work on Saturdays, they have a full crew in there. So they're mostly caught up from what they had told us the end of last week. So that's good news, because there's so much electrical work that goes on, you know, from start to finish, that they have a big job. Bid opening for the foundation work to move Annex 5 up to the the fairgrounds is on the 7th of September. So we'll see how that goes next week. And we're still on schedule, which is the good news. Moving September, we'll set up a meeting with the departments and everybody to talk about moving, because we are getting closer. So contractor should be done with the bulk of his work by the end of September. He's going to have punch list items and things that'll continue on into October. But the furniture guys come in October. I think I want to say the 5th, I think it is. They'll be here. And so once that's installed, we'll start moving people. I'd like to get the IT people in there first, because they're going to be setting everything up, and they have requested that. I think it's a great idea. And then Aaron has also made a request to be moved in there and to get set up, because they're going to want to do vaccinations there at some point. Potentially one of the big conference room on the first floor. And then I also meet with her on Thursday. They're going to restart vaccinations and updates at the fairgrounds again with the hospital people. And so we're going to do that on Thursday to see what that looks like. Courthouse entry. So we've demoed the north side, and so they'll be forming that up. They actually got scheduled delivery of concrete starting on the 7th.
7th, and then it's 5 days scheduled.
Yeah, so they're pouring.
They're gonna start at the
Days.
south and then they'll move around. They got one more piece to demo. on the north side that we've added in old concrete. Since everything's gonna be new, we still have people's names scraped or inscribed in the old concrete, so we'll replace that.
Yeah, let him scribe his name in the new one too.
Not mine.
No, not his. No,
Way
no,
before
no,
my
no,
time.
no, that-
It was probably when he was a child.
True. Yes, when they were forming the
Back in
foundation
40s.
of the courthouse.
And you're
How
gonna-
old do you think I am?
You caught that, didn't
Oh, good. My concrete's tomorrow. so
Ah.
I traded somebody for, I had it, I got a slot today and I was like, that's not gonna work. Let me do some horse trading. So somebody moved up and I moved back, but it was only a day. So I'm happy tomorrow. So.
Yeah, good. Let's see, radio side, I don't know if you have anything that's
Now
new.
you? Hang on, guys, you skipped parking expansion, city's request
Oh.
regarding parallel parking on Court Street, fill me in.
Yeah, so they, so we have a piece, there's actually a bulb out that's over here at Grant Street that you've probably seen walking into the building. And that's bigger than I had thought.
Yeah, I think that I would agree with that.
Yeah, so, but that's, we always knew we had to redo that part to build the parking on this side. And so anyway, we met out there with Larry Bellamy and their maintenance superintendent last week, and Larry, Larry said that the fire department was concerned. And there's two, right, even with the way it is, there's two 11-foot lanes. They had 25 feet in width before. And so I talked to him about, we'll at least cut it back. And he's like, well, I'd like to see it go away. And so right now we're looking at it because the big challenge is how do you get an ADA ramp in there to connect? Just because of the way the whole thing is configured, it's challenging. So we're looking at that right now. But when we're done, we used to have, before we did the project, we had 25 feet in width between our parallel parking along the south side and then our angled parking on the north side. When we're done, we'll have 27 feet in width. So we'll have 2 more feet. But the city was concerned, and I think that bulb freaked everybody out. The fire department was concerned that it was going to be too tight. They're actually going to have more, and I'm trying to work with Larry so we don't have to get rid of that parallel parking on this south side. I think it'll be okay once we remove that.
So is
most
this
of that.
More of a visual.
Maintaining
Yeah.
a two-way road here? Is it a time there was talk about it going one way,
Yeah, we looked at lots of different options.
but it is two-way is
Yeah,
the
2-way, and it'll be wider than it was.
standard road width on a freeway lane is 10 feet, right?
12s, they have 12s, yeah. And 11s is pretty typical for a county road, local road, you can go down to 10s.
This will be 27 feet total.
27 feet wide, so yeah,
So it's really, like you said,
13
it's
and a
2
half
feet
feet.
wider than it was. So
Yeah.
that's more than half.
and that's to the cars, that's not just all the whole width, that's the lane width. And then you have the cars, the parallel parking beyond that, and then the angle parking is on the north side, and it's outside of that too. So I think we're okay, but we'll be working with the city to present that.
The bulb looks way huger than that, but
Yeah,
it must be just an illusion.
it is. Yeah, because it is really wide. I mean, once you look at that swath down there, it's, the 27 feet plus the 8 feet for parking. So it's wide, and it looks like it necks it down to nothing.
Great spot for a lemonade stand.
Sorry for skipping that.
Yeah.
That's our list.
Okay. One more thing, real quick, so Dave, they're with Orange, they're washing, helping us supervise, they're flushing out that culvert today.
Oh.
Met down there with them yesterday. Today, they're running 4,000 gallons of water.
Down through there. Well, I'll sure about it if it doesn't work well. So.
Well, if it doesn't work well, then we can fix it. That's easier than what may be a different situation, but we'll talk about that when the time comes.
Okay.
Nope, great information today. Thank you, gentlemen. And ladies.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Almost about time too.
Yeah, that's good.
Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Jeff. We're going to start with IT today, briefly, and then fiscal services, and then in with human resources, and go into executive session at the end of our presentation. What Jeff and I wanted to at least get on your radar today is, as we were working through the budget to meet the objectives that were set out in the budget directive, we realized IT has a 6-year budget. They do a 6-year budget. It's a rolling budget. And in that budget, they put all of the PCs, laptops, servers, and so one thing that happened when IT was in its own fund, or when the IT equipment was in its own fund, was we were able to save ahead. For instance, this year, and we didn't include it in the proposed budget because we couldn't figure out how to do it. There's a $125,000 backup server that is scheduled to be replaced in 2022. 2024, I think it is, there's a group of servers for at least $150,000 that need to be replaced. And there's no funding mechanism now when the chief accountant and the finance director all kind of left at the same time. The fund was moved. All of the items in the fund were moved into the IT's budget. And they were going to set up a mechanism where we could set aside money each year for those major expenses. And that piece never got done. So these major expenses that are coming at us next year and every year actually, but there's some big ones coming. We don't have the ability at this point to save in advance for those like the original plan was. So I'm hoping with the chief accountant and Jen that we can get back to figuring out how to set money aside each year within the general fund, maybe in a sub account, so that we're not facing these big hits on equipment every so often. So it kind of just came to light as we were working on this budget that Jeff does have a 6-year budget, but some of these major items, are a significant increase, but they only happen every 4 years or 5 years. But it's usually every year something is getting replaced. That's more than just PCs and the normal IT stuff. So we'll talk more about that in the budget. I'm not here to talk about the IT budget, but we just couldn't figure out how to get around some of these significant budget items that 2 years ago, was that when we moved the fund to get rid of the IT fund? I think it was 2020.
Yeah, it was the beginning of 2020.
So that happened, but there was no mechanism put in place to do what the fund was, which is where we could save money.
Did we have something in place that did that before? Or did
Well,
the
within the
commissioners
fund, they were
provide
putting
technical-
money, I believe they were putting money into the fund.
It was a standalone fund, but it was set up as the general service fund, so they should be willing to cover their costs, such as the R&R and that kind of stuff, and they didn't have an accountable plan in place. So the state audit didn't go so well, so it got moved. I'll leave it at
Right.
that.
And I would say from my recollection perspective, no, not necessarily, where I think because what we put into that fund during the budget process every year did fluctuate up and down based on
What was coming?
what was kind of coming, that we knew, oh, here's what's on the plan for next year. I don't recall, as far as really saving money, I don't know that we ever really did it like BR&R or where we should be doing. I mean, maybe we did, but that's not, like, I didn't really look at it that way, that we had a funding request. We had a funding request because those dollars typically just came from the landfill, and we allocated what we needed based on the plan is, or I mean, we got heads up where we knew, it's like, we got a big server coming, not this year, but the next year, and we need to be thinking about where's that gonna come from? And so, I mean, I just think, I'm a big advocate of just saving all the time for things that you know you're gonna have to do. We know these servers have to be, just like we know with communication, we know with our vehicles, we know with everything. That just seems like good management to me. And so I'm in favor of anything that we can do to identify those and then just set aside, because I'd rather have a level where I know I set this aside and it's coming, not,
I don't like surprises.
I don't like surprises, or they're not really surprises because we know,
Right.
but it's like it's like, oh, I'll deal with that next year when it happens. It's like,
Well, I think that's the advantage to IT, and hopefully we can continue that, is that, you know, that rolling 6-year plan where he looks out, and puts those servers in 5 years down the road, or what's coming out in 3 years, you know, because so the budget doesn't do this,
right?
you know, we can kind of balance it out to
Right.
some degree. PC replacement can be done over multiple years, you know, that kind of thing. So we just want to bring that to you.
Since you brought that up, say this computer that went into service January 1st, how long is that supposed to last?
5 years.
5 years.
So this backup server, right? And what, are we backing up everything offsite as well, somewhere on the cloud?
Yeah, the backup server backs up everything locally and then replicates it to 2 different locations in the country. So it's a very resilient system.
And we, I think we talked more at another time, the amount of data that we store for public records, videos, audio, documents,
It's just going up.
Very, very steep.
it grows exponentially.
So there's a reason they're building server farms everywhere.
So, anyway, we just wanted to bring that to your attention, and we'll talk more during the budget process, but you know, these are fairly big ticket items that are coming at us one way or the other.
Yeah.
So, all right. thank
Jeff
you.
can't wait to get out of the hot seat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
There you are.
Probably too much light in here for him.
I told him no newspapers on the windows.
No photo sensitivity.
He's the only one that's allowed to wear sunglasses.
Yeah.
And you talked with the city of White Salmon about lost revenue?
Not recently.
Okay, I had a
Did Marla
chat
come
with
with-
Marla, and they're trying to get all that through there, and you did such a good job of, you all did such a good job of, maybe I'm gonna try to get some of your time.
I haven't spoken with Marla since the beginning of the ARP passing. And she said that she was monitoring it, but I can reach out to Marla and see. See if she needs some help. Okay, I was just gonna start off with the American Rescue Plan. I was able to, after kind of back and forth with the US Treasury and their online portal, I was finally able to get our report filed this morning. The first report is the lost revenue calculator that Teresa's, the CPA that we're contracted to, had worked out and got back to me. So we were looking at 2,121,000 as lost revenue, which is significant as from my estimation, which I told you was very rough because of the amount of gyration that the auditor's office has to do. But this number matches our annual report, and I think that's the solid plan. So that leaves us with $56,670 that cannot be accounted for under lost revenue. I think that's a pretty minuscule number when talking about budget, and we can probably manage coming up with some COVID related dollars for that. So eligible uses for that would be administration costs, which could be my payroll, Teresa's invoice, those types of things. Support public health response, address the negative impacts to the economy, and water, sewer, broadband infrastructure. Any questions related to that?
other than, that's good job, great news. That's, because that is the lost revenue is the most flexible use of those dollars. So.
The next group of packets would be the 2020 budget to actuals year-to-date reporting. You guys have seen this before from me. Just kind of let you know where we are at by the beginning of July, I believe. What those numbers are. It's a little delayed just because the way payroll is ran and paid out within our system. You have the county revenues 10-year historical analysis. Shows the trend lines where we're sitting so far in year to date. And then your revenues budget to actuals, we have, 49 million of revenue so far accounted for within the system. That would be 71% of our original budget. You see the trend line year over year, omitting 2020 at the bottom of that page. The next one is our expenditures 2021 budget to actuals. Our target percentage of budget would be 58%. Overall, countywide, we're sitting at 48% of budget used so far. There are a couple areas that have exceeded the 58%. I've highlighted those in red, but again, those could just be some large payments at one point in time, so it's going to fluctuate.
Do we have the possibility of the reverse of that as well? Where
Extra
they're
backload.
showing it's, but we know it's out there, it's coming, they just, we only pay it once a year.
I imagine that we do have the reverse of that. I wouldn't know for sure, though.
Yeah.
The remaining reports are going to be those
That's something
funds.
just to
Yeah.
applaud, I'm just thinking out loud. Is something as we get experience like next year, when we run these same reports at the same time to be able to compare those where because we're doing it based on, the 58% is a percentage through the year where it's a flat, that's assume every expense is the same every month.
Mhm.
And as we know from experience, it's not, so once we get a little experience that we can say, yeah, we're running below, but
Exactly.
we typically run below, so that would be really useful to know that.
Give us a good baseline this year.
Yeah, so we'll baseline.
Yep.
Understanding last year means nothing.
Well, it meant something.
Well, I mean, it's something, yeah, but
That's
it's
something rolled over into the.
Yeah, that's, no. Okay,
And then the remaining are those funds that you guys had requested that I tried to provide a dashboard for. So you have senior services, emergency management, street funds, public health fund as well.
Never mind that expensive, we'll go next year, that's a normal.
Yeah, well, I don't know that we'll know if public health is normal for a few years, but for Aaron.
Yep.
The 2021 2 supplemental, the hearing is scheduled, or the advertising for the hearing is scheduled for September 1st and 8th for RCWs. Hearing will be September 14th. No, on to the fun stuff. 2022 budget development process. As of this morning, Friday, I had about 62% of the county department's budget memos. As of this morning, I have 79% of the memos and about 95% of the budget numbers within Brenda's Google Doc sheet. So we're getting there. Additionally to that, I just started the budget calendar that you guys have talked about in the past. So you should see an email sharing the calendar with you. If you add the calendar, you will see within there, I've set up the 9th of September for the budget workshops. I have set that calendar up with how Rob has got that broken out. And within, if you click on, let's say sheriff's is going to be the first one in the morning. If you click on sheriff, you'll see at this point, I have loaded their budget memo and their wage and benefits forms to that, so you could just go to one spot to access that. When I get the preliminaries done, I will also add that to that, so you have an electronic copy as well as what will be in your budget book. Building inspection, I have included a report that with two different scenarios. Buildings department had provided me some percentages as to what would be code compliance and nuisance abatement. Prior to that, I had gone through and done a scenario myself from what I could gather, which would be number of vehicles or the number of sub-departments. And I think we came out pretty darn close to roughly the same when it came down to it. I think we were off by maybe 2%. So they had an 18% and I was more like a 20-21% when we really broke it down. And that was also including from my side of it. You guys had spoken numerous times about training for this new code compliance officer. So I had put in an arbitrary number of $5,000 on training with the unknown as to what that might mean. Budget or the budget for building didn't actually have a bars number for training. The way that they account for that is within others. So it was unclear for me to extrapolate that. Today, I was hoping that you guys could give me the approval on which method you would want to go forward, so I can make sure to fill Lynn and Cindy in. We can finalize their prelims.
Speechless.
Do you have a recommendation?
No,
Is the building travel, building travel, that's not for regular going out and doing inspections, right? I mean, or
I
is
think
that,
their travel is training.
is the travel? for
I
training and
believe that
such?
they also included their training.
Or-
Well, because I'm
they're
just thinking,
out-
like, Gene's on the road all the time and I don't see how it's only $5,500.
Right,
Right, no.
I think it's just-
part of my confusion is.
Okay, so.
He uses a county rig, so it's fuel.
So then travel would be for the training.
Or fuel, yeah, just like our travel or ours is travel and fuel.
We're untrainable, so.
If you guys wanted more time.
Just say, could we, what we could
Unfinished
do
business.
is what I'm gonna suggest to my seatmates is, can we digest on this maybe over lunch and we can have you back in it? Because I do want to get you an answer, but there's some, because I'm trying to compare between the, I'm going through, a lot of them, they're basically the same. There's
Right.
not any, but there is,
Oh, I see the two differences is the two code enforcement nuisance trainings are 5,000 and other services charges.
No, at the end
16,000 versus
At
15,000.
the end of the day,
at the end of the day, because we're gonna have a little more time at the end of the day, I believe.
about 2:30.
Okay, perfect.
So let's do that. Let us, so we have your, so you have our attention right now, and then that'll be our homework at the end
Come
of the
back
day.
from lunch 10 minutes early and digest that.
Right.
So who'd have thought it was so challenging to schedule all the departments? We previously kind of used pretty much the same budget presentation calendar for at least a decade. Now we've doubled the time, so trying to fit everything into everybody. So this is when people are and aren't available on the schedule. So this is a draft that we think will work. Definitely, we're going to get the 9th set, so this is something we can come back to, give you a chance to look at this over lunch.
This is your recommendation though?
Yes,
Well,
basically.
then I'm good. I don't care.
Not
That would be-
micromanaging.
Yeah, if
Go
you
for
can
it,
make this
schedule a
work,
budget
then
hearing.
schedule it.
We continue to check it and double check it and triple check it, but basically there's 3 very full days and then half day on the 30th. And then just a few in the morning on the 7th of October, which I think is good because you may want people to come back. You may ask for information that they'll need time to present. So within this first phase, these first 5 days you've set aside for getting the budget presentations, there's time in there if somebody goes long or a lot of flexibility. And invariably, we'll find somebody who said they were available for some unforeseen reason won't be. And this gives us a chance to move them, move it around, since you've already blocked out these 5 days.
Yeah.
So,
The only one that I have a question on is just can public health really fit in that short amount of time?
well, that's double what they usually get. So we can expand that and add more time if we need to. The 9th is really the one we want to get set so we get this out to the departments and I can look at that, Commissioner, and see if we need to give them more time.
Well, there's a bunch of open time on that same date, so.
Yeah.
We can always switch that.
Yeah, we could.
No, I'm good. You tell it. We said we blocked the dates out. So we'll,
Okay,
tell us we're here, we'll be here.
we'll
Let
check it
everybody
again.
know that if they were smart, they'd bring cookies.
We'll check it again and make sure that
I have no allergies that I'm aware of.
no allergies. Doesn't be gluten free.
And the ones I do, I don't care.
The more sugar, the more happy I am.
And then we'll get this out to the departments and make sure it still works with the dates they told us and that we can fine tune it as we go. So,
And like I said, you should have an email that has a shared calendar, add the calendar so you can click it, and I will be updating the attachments within each time block, so that you have a digital copy of the attachments.
rest of the challenges.
Would you like to go?
Then I just wanted to talk about some of the challenges that we know everybody's facing. You know, I think Jen's talked to every department multiple times. I've talked to many of the departments. The formula to get to the cut is fairly straightforward, but speaking as a department director, it is still hard to figure out how to present that number, because in most cases it's either devastating or damaging to the services and the staff in some cases. So Jen will be providing you with a target. Each of them is given the target of the budget directive. And then we suspect most will, including us, spend the majority of the time talking about what it would look like if we implemented that budget. So I think you're going to see it. We expected everybody to present their case, so to speak, differently. I mean, that's part of the complexity of county government. Everybody has different services and different ways to address their constituents. We weren't expecting there to be as much confusion, I guess, or about what the target number really is. And so everybody's working hard. Everybody's trying to do the right thing. I think everybody's trying to comply with your request. I just think you're going to see it vary from department to department on what they believe the target was, and then the impacts of those targets and recommendations that they will present to you. So I think it's a new exercise. It's a new process. I'm not saying it's an exercise. It's a new way to do the budget, and it's truly a cut. I mean, it's not from what they have or what they want, it's from what they had. And in government, that's a true cut. Right. And so we just wanted to let you know that everybody, elected and appointed directors, everybody's working on this diligently. There is a significant amount of confusion and consternation out there, as you can expect, as people put these presentations together.
And just to add to that, it's a true cut to a budget that wasn't an entire year, for all departments or wasn't at normal staffing levels. You know, also not including things that were adopted and approved in the 2021 situation year. So there could be additions there.
Well, there was, the union increases last year were significant. In some cases, those are not factored in the formula, the cut formula. 2021 increases, cost of living increases, new employees, some departments, as part of the budget or since the budget, departments have been granted new positions. Those would not be covered in the 2022 actuals. So I think that's the diversity you're going to see is it's across the board completely different.
And in some departments, it's significant. It's where 2020 actuals were, and I'm just throwing out numbers there just to give you the idea of the significance, were $100,000 or less, but really their budget is 500 because one, they weren't fully staffed, they weren't open. You know, a list a mile long as to reasons that 2020 had affected that department. But every department head and director is trying. They're trying. They are stressed about it. They are calling for clarification. So just to kind of give you guys a heads up there.
We don't really have a prep before we get into it. I mean, on the 9th, we're into it, and I just think you're going to see a diversity of approaches, and even potentially the target number and how they address that, and then how they address the impacts of doing that and doing something else. So,
Jen, are you gonna have a running tally? Let's say to square our budget, I don't know, this gets kind of corny. You know how they do a fundraiser drive and they add the funds that they get until they reach their goal? Are we going to be able to know, okay, we need 1.7 and we just got 112 here and 42 there, and you're keeping a running total to tell us how close we are to our 1.7?
I suppose I could try and come up with something.
everybody
It would
wants-
be on the fly, I think, because my time constraint has already really been condensed. Typically, it looks like Glenn in the past would have 3 to 4 weeks before this process, and I have less than 7 days to try and get you guys the information. So I will do everything I can to get some sort of idea for you.
Yeah, I don't know that that's feasible, or I guess, but I'm just looking at it that I guess if a department doesn't get a cut, and actually gets a gain, then it's gonna make the 1.7 go to 1.75, and some kind of a running total
And I'm
as
not,
we're going would be.
I'm not sure in the middle of 2021 that I would be able to get you a definitive number for that, because
I would say in the past, we do go through that exercise, but it's at the end.
and I would.
Because
yeah, I
when
would
the
say that.
numbers have all gelled up that we, in the past, and I don't know, we in the Excel spreadsheet, then you can just go, because that's how we balance, is that you go through like, well, we're still here. And so we go up through, oh, we could adjust this, and then it populates through, and then we end up with the new number, and we're like, oh, we can, because it always comes down to,
So you
add
will
revenue.
actually-
So you're
you
actually
might have
watching.
somebody in and going through the process, and okay, you're done, and then at the end go, wait a minute, we need to adjust something back.
Oh,
Well,
absolutely.
And we have all of October
fine.
for revisions as
Right.
well, to be able to
Right.
call people back in.
Right.
We've added.
I would say this is really just the I mean, at least I'm
Yeah.
looking at it for the extra this is the,
Yeah.
we gave folks here's the target. Come in and talk to us about how you're trying to meet that. Understanding, I think we understand that even with the target, if we met the target,
It's
that
not-
doesn't fix everything.
No, it doesn't.
So that was just a part of the shared experience of, we're gonna have to look at a whole range of different tools of how we're gonna do that.
Mhm.
And so I see this first time, this is just, because you're gonna have some departments, because of the way their business is structured, that it maybe isn't that difficult, that they can find it. Others, it's gonna be super difficult.
Yeah, okay.
And it has been, and that's why I think we need to look at that. So as we go forward, and we are adjusting those when we're looking at other, adding revenues or transferring, or let's not do this and let's do that. That's gonna be later, and we are gonna go through that exercise in real time at the end, because we have to end up balanced, and so we're gonna do that. And so we would spend the afternoon moving those numbers, and there would be some compromises at that time.
Well, the direction you gave us, I think is gonna help that process. We've added 4 or 5 full days to the process. Already in the first phase, you have a day and a half that's pretty much open. And typically we do it in October, so this is, we started in September.
Right.
There's also may potentially be discussions about revenue.
Right.
At some point in here, you know, is there opportunities to raise revenue as well? So I think the schedule allows for all those discussions. And to your point to us, you know, you didn't want to do it in the afternoon on Christmas Eve. So I think
No.
we built in a lot of time and tried to keep the pace with breaks and lunch so folks can decompress a little bit and
Who knows, maybe we'll get done early and we'll be fine and we'll get those days of our lives back, but we wanna, I'm not holding my breath. Because I think we're gonna have some.
So I think the main message we want to tell you is everybody's working on it.
Right.
Very hard and doing the best they can. And so,
All right, no clarification, don't do anything, I just told you.
That's all I have.
okay. Thank you, Jen. Greg, am I boring you to death? No. Dang it.
I'm just wondering what kind of cookies I've been making.
We're gonna get cookies, yeah.
I'm super easy. It doesn't matter. Look at me, obviously, I'll eat anything.
All right. That cleanup.
Yeah.
That's like a quid pro quo, though, right? Except cookies.
Yeah, maybe.
Wasn't until you
Super
said
good
something.
cookie.
It wasn't until I
Wasn't until you
said it.
said
Yeah.
So just a few updates for the HR part of it. We have heard back from HR answers regarding the salary survey. We had 75% participation, which Lori said was really good. We had 119 total positions, 90 of them were completed, 21 were not, and 8 were partial. We did send the information to her for the codes compliance officer as well, so they can make sure we're on the right track with that position as well and have them assess that one. So currently we are reviewing responses. She sent us a document that's 455 pages that is all responses from every employee. And she is requesting that we review them to make sure that there isn't anything that they're missing and add comments if we need to. And so I am currently, I think I told Rob this morning at a page 190. So I am working on that. And then flagging anything that I think that they might need to review if they aren't already. So we are going through that process.
On the salary, I just wanted to mention.
So will we get all the rough, well, I mean, we will get to see everything.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if she breaks it down. So, you know, we're using 13 comparators. I'm not sure if the final report has what each of the county pays. I think or if she just.
No, I was
calculates-
back into the.
The employee
Oh,
responses.
yeah. But well, if you would like to see Commissioner, you can, but typically I don't think that information is part of the final report, but we can check into that.
Okay.
Employees were very honest and worked very hard.
Well,
on
and that's
those.
why I have gotten value out of that before.
Sure, sure.
Understanding that I know that may make some people uncomfortable, that it's like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, and I don't know if there's a way to do
We
it
can-
to make sure, because I don't want people, but it's like, I would like to hear, actually, we were just talking
We were
about
just
this
talking about
before,
that earlier.
about how it would be, you know, it's really, we only get true feedback every 4 years from the people we work for, but it would be nice, it's always, it could be helpful, even if it's uncomfortable
Yeah.
to hear stuff.
Well, that's kind of what I was going to talk about. Is I've done a number of these over the years, and you know, we haven't done one in this county at this level. You know, 119, 120 positions in at least a decade. Right. And the results will always show that there are employees below market and need some level of adjustment to positions. And there's always some that are at or above market. And so ultimately, not everybody is happy with the outcomes of these. They are data driven. We will work with HR answers if there are some that we need to take a second look at or there's some concern with, but it's a great thing that you've authorized us to do. It's an amazing participation of the employees. And most employees, I think, or the positions will reflect the market, but there's always some that don't, and that creates a certain amount of angst with folks. But we'll see what the results are, because it's all data driven. We're using 11 Washington counties that you've approved.
But do the employees know the answers to the results? So they can just go online and go, wait a minute, I'm being underpaid.
Well,
Or is that
being
us that know the
being
answer to
underpaid is
that?
a relative term, but when they'll have the data, it's a public report on the site.
Ultimately, it will
And so
be released to everyone.
So they can look and see what the averages are for that position. The challenge always is 11 counties, we don't call everything the same.
Right.
So it's this work that's being done, and then the experts of HR answers and then KC reviewing it to make sure we're comparing apples to apples, and it's not job title to job title, it's duties to duties. Right. And there's always employees, most employees, many employees do more than their job description. So trying to get the current data so that we can compare with our comparative counties. I was pleased. I sent an email to the 11 counties, letting them know they'd be contacted by HR answers. And at least half of them immediately responded saying they would participate. So the more participation we get from these counties, the better data we get. And that should be coming to you in October. The results. Collective bargaining update. We were scheduled, we had you block out Wednesday starting the 15th, I think all the way through Thanksgiving. The union's not available till the 29th now. They are available maybe in the afternoon on the 22nd, but I haven't decided if we're gonna start with one or just start with them all on the 29th. So the union schedule changed, a lot going on around the state. And so we will definitely have all the bargaining units starting on the 29th. We may pick one of them and start on the 22nd in the afternoon if possible, but I hated to see us push to the end because it just means they could go farther.
It adds pressure.
And it's better if we get these numbers in the budget, but so we'll do it.
Okay. I'm assuming, yeah, it is better that we get them in the budget, but I'm assuming at least for now, departments and electeds are forecasting in the budget. Or at least putting in the small end of the range, or are they just going up last year and not everything we do will end up being a supplemental?
That's a good question. Some do or know what the formula is in the contract, the minimum, maximum. The sheriff's office is not. So there would be no way for them to know. The other ones, you can use it as a starting point, but it's just a guess. And there's a lot of thoughts on budgeting for negotiations. If you budget for it, then that's where you start theoretically.
Right. We have typically not, where we have not had at the department level, they have not that it, because it's typically the board is the one doing the negotiating. And so we kind of, that's another one of those things at the end that you're kind of, it's like you
When we're going,
typically sets, because it's not going to be less, it's going to be more.
so when we go through the budget process, we need to look at their numbers as if none of this negotiation number or COLA is in their budgets. That they present.
And that's true for the salary survey. So every single employee, every position in Klickitat County, there's an unknown if in fact you approve whatever we negotiate with unions and if you accept and adopt the salary review. So there's an unknown factor for all positions that for those for negotiations and for the salary review. So, and for the salary review, there's just no way of knowing what positions may or how they may fare with the market. So
As long as I know how to go into it, I'm fine with it.
So, and that's just for the CPI, the formulas. I mean, there's always market issues that come up on union negotiations. So there's there's still quite a bit of unknown as we move forward through the budget process. So don't change your Wednesdays, because I'm thinking on the 14th and the 27th, we can possibly use those for preparation meetings. I can meet with you and the teams, so we can at least meet once before we go to the bargaining table. So kind of all get together and
You're not giving us those days back. What you're saying.
oh,
I wasn't taking them off my calendar.
Well, no, they're on there, so, but I was, no, that's fine. I think that is.
and if you need them,
actually
we
a
can find
calendar.
other times, you know, these.
No, I think that's smart. They're already blocked off. Use them.
Collective bargaining.
We got our PEB rates for 2022 yesterday, and there is an increase of 4%.
Not terrible. but-
So not terrible. Yeah, the waiver fee increases slightly. Life insurance supplemental rates are the same. Long-term disability supplement rates are different, though they did increase. They haven't increased the last couple of years, so that will mean that all premiums and deductions in Kanta will have to be updated, even if there is no change in salary.
And those aren't in the budget, won't be in the budget. either.
No, because those are paid by the employer. So any questions on that one? Okay. A few more things. So Public Works received notification that their office manager 2 is resigning, and they would like to get verbal to post for that position. It is a full-time FTE. They would like to get verbal to post 1 through 5 for their office manager 2 position. Move forward with that.
I like 1 through 3 myself.
Yeah, what, are we just doing 1 through 5 now? Is
Is that common
that
for
the new-
everybody?
It's common is 1 through 3, but for this position, they wanted to post 1 through 5. They're requesting that.
And their justification for why this one is special versus any other.
Anybody else from any other department? Yeah.
There are a couple different positions that are posted 1 through 5 currently.
Give a recommendation.
My recommendation.
Don't you look at me.
I'm not sure. Yes, I would, some of these positions have become harder to fill. And so
Is the office manager one we get, are they hard to fill? Or we get a lot of applicants?
I think the previous one that was posted, we did receive quite a few applications. It was posted for a long time though. So.
I just know when we send it out to 1 through 5, they're gonna come back with a 5. If we send it out to
Yeah,
1
they don't
through
have to
3,
come
they
back.
might come back with a 3, and they might say, well, we can do it for 4.
1 through 5, they don't have to come back if they wanted to go above a 5. So give them the discretion to do that.
So
Sometimes you tell them to go to 1 through 3 and then come back if they have a candidate that's hired, same as if it's 1 through 5.
I would prefer 1 through 3, but if you guys want 1 through 5, I will agree.
I think we're trying to consistently give the message of, fiscal restraint. It's hard to do that credibly if you're, we typically start at 1 to 3 if you are not getting qualified applications, or you're getting folks that are like, I could do that, but I think we're open to negotiating at that point. But I think to be credible, I think I would support the 1, 2, 3 as well. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm with you guys.
I think if in fact you adopt the salary review and we establish market rates for these positions.
Then that should take care of all of that stuff, and we should, because we're getting back to the old days of, we were, before, the previous, when you talked about 10 years ago or longer ago, it was because we didn't even, our stuff was so out of whack that we were routinely starting people at 7 or 8 because we knew, and so we fixed all that. And then for the first couple of years, it was, no, you have to start at 1. And then if it doesn't work, come back and talk to us. And then over time, it was like, well, it's 1 through 3 because we're getting out of whack. And now there's all this pressure to keep just moving that. And that's why it was time to do the survey again, to see where do we fit?
And I think we're,
And then I want to just stay with consistency throughout each department, so.
we've also asked HR engineers, as you know, to gather information for Wasco County and Hood River County in Oregon, because with Skamania being one of the 11 and the 2 in, it gives us comparability with the gorge.
Right.
So if we had a position that the market rate still wasn't competitive in the gorge, then you might say, let's go to a step 5 or
Right.
higher,
But I
because we
have
know
that-
there's a.
Then I have that data.
Right.
Right.
So we're hoping to
That
get those.
shows. Because, yeah, people can just, although I would argue, or I would, part of that analysis is gonna be the tax structures are different in the 2 states. And it's not, and that should be factored into it as far as apples to apples. If you're working in Oregon, there's different, the wages, that's, let's look at your take home, or, to take home, not the number.
And we'd have to look at their retirements too, because Oregon's got a lower retirement, mandatory retirement, 6%, it's 9, I think here, it's higher. So there are,
Yeah.
and the employers typically cover the 6% over there, so. But yeah, we'll try and do apples to apples as much as we can, but it'll be another data point that we currently don't have on these positions. And I think with that, we're going to executive session.
One more.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
So, we have had some people, inquire about the Juneteenth
Oh, right.
paid holiday. So Jay Inslee had signed it, making it a legal state paid holiday starting in 2022. And if that is the case, then,
It'll be a non-issue.
yeah,
So
I
is it
will.
already a federal holiday?
I
starting
will
in
add,
2022?
well, it's, some people are saying that it's, being, yeah, likely will be, and so, but, I will add that to the paid holidays, so I think next year, June 19th is on a Sunday, so we will observe the paid holiday on that Monday, June 20th. So,
And I suspect that'll be in the union's opening offer.
Yeah.
Now.
I will, yeah. Okay. Anything else, open session wise before?
Nope, Casey and I will stay. And,
Okay, how long do you need?
There's quite a pile of applicants. So 15 minutes and then we can extend it. That means.
Yes.
Is it possible that I could have just a few minutes of your time before you go into executive session?
Sure.
I will make it quick.
Okay.
Okay, then I want a pee break. before we-
Okay. We actually have also been asked that the prosecutor would like to move this, a quick executive session before we go to lunch is fine.
We may not get a lunch at this point.
And that's why those cookies are becoming more important.
So what I'm handing you is a letter that was written by a local physician who is the chief of staff at the hospital here. And he wrote it to Governor Inslee and to Kate Brown. He lives in Oregon. And it's regarding the mandatory vaccine. And I think he lists some very good points in his letter. If what's going to occur within the hospital and the loss of employees who are choosing not to be vaccinated based on their own, if you want to coin the phrase, it's my body, my choice. And so we have, I had, Brenda was here as well, but the electeds are very adamantly opposed to any kind of mandatory vaccine. It will cause a devastating effect to our county services that we offer. And feel that careful consideration, if it's even being considered, needs to happen, and how it's going to affect our offices. And one of the things that he states in his letter is that that the infections that are happening are not coming from hospital staff. They are coming from outside sources. So it's not the hospital employees infecting people. And I believe that we have done a very good job of putting in measures that are preventing us from infecting other people. I know Greg's office is maybe one of the few that doesn't have a barrier. But I think those barriers are very effective when we meet the public that comes in for our services. With that being said, I really would encourage you guys to read this letter, take it to heart. I've had the conversation about vaccine with him. He is a physician that I use. And he is upfront, straightforward in explaining the importance of the vaccine. And he leaves it up to that individual after he educates them in his points. And I think that's what our medical providers should be doing. And so I don't think that allowing a mandatory vaccine for our county is going to assist any of us in doing our jobs that we are elected to do. And should there be a discussion along these lines, we want to make sure that we are included and that our voices are heard. So with that, that's really all I have. And thank you very much.
I would agree with that. If there is a discussion, I will also be encouraging involvement if there's ever a discussion.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, and I would say I'm a little curious as far as to my knowledge, unless something is taking place that I'm unaware of, there has been no discussion on the part from at least at this board as far as mandatory vaccinations for employees.
And I'm grateful for that, seriously grateful. But one of the things I don't want to be trying to catch up to the train.
Right.
So I just want to make it known how we feel and how strongly we feel before a conversation should happen.
Right. Yeah, and I would say, yeah, I can't imagine us even starting the discussion without involving our partners.
Thank you.
As far as in that discussion. Yeah. If the clerk is done, yes.
I would also suggest that you read MRSC's latest blog on what J Inslee order means and the trickle down impacts. They break it down very well as to what I would call the overreach, but anyway, I would read it.
Okay.
Thank you. I make a really mean molasses cookie. You guys will get some.
molasses,
That's
sugar, chocolate chip, molasses.
Molasses are great. They're all good.
Yes, thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you.
May I recess?
Yes. While they get set up.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay, can we go ahead and ask the public to please?
Yeah, we are going to go into executive session for, I'm not going to announce it just yet, but I'm going to. Until my seat comes back, I guess we can get started. So in accordance with RC, we are going to go into executive session in accordance with RCW 42.30.110.1 This is review performance, discipline, or qualifications of a public employee. Let's start us with 15 minutes. Not just yet, though. So I would ask members of the public, we can take no action in executive session. I do not anticipate us coming out and taking any action. So the next public business would be at 1 o'clock when we come back from our lunch break, if we get one today. I will boot myself off.
Okay, it looks like everybody's out. Is that what you see, Jake?
I'm putting people on the waiting room right now.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I've still got people online that say they're in here.
I see them now.
Still working on it. I got me, you, and Dan.
Okay.
I left people on the way.
Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and lock the meeting.
It is interesting, the consternation amongst appointed and elected.
Show all three. Let the record show that the recording is in progress and that all three commissioners are present. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay.
Chairman, I make a motion to approve the business agenda as presented.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the business agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
I don't remember. Did we have meeting minutes? We didn't do that.
Okay, so if we have no minutes to approve at this time, I will move us into citizen comment. This is opportunity for citizens to address the board on items that we don't have a hearing on or something later in the day, which we don't have any of that. And so please, if you wish, and we've got folks online and we have folks in chambers, and so we'll kind of alternate back and forth is how we've been doing that. So I would ask people to limit their comments to 3 minutes. And I will start in chambers first. If there's anybody first, go ahead, Mrs. Kelsey.
Susan Kelsey Goldendale. I came here last Tuesday in terms of the injection mandate that has been implemented by the state. And my position is that I would ask you as a county commissioners not to do that with county employees. And since then, it's come to my attention that King County, as well as Thurston County, has implemented the injection mandate, as well as the city of Seattle. The only caveat with Thurston County at this point is that if you don't get an exemption, you have to be tested weekly. So it is not a full out termination of employment as much as I can understand that. And so my position here is to address the commissioners of the county, as well as the human resources director, as well as the health department. I think it's the LNI, as well as the prosecuting attorney. I urge you to not entertain injection mandate in our county. Thank you so much.
I'm going to go online now. If there's somebody online that wishes to address the board, please unmute yourself, raise your hand, get my attention, or my seatmate, since we've got nobody yet. Okay, then I'm going to go back to the room. If there's somebody in the room that wishes to address the board, this is your opportunity.
I will address briefly. My name is Danielle Clubden, and I'm here from Goldendale. I'm just going to piggyback on what Susan said, but maybe add a little bit more about the things that could become possibly really bad for us here in the county, especially with the hospital. If the people aren't wanting to get the injection, then we're going to lose a lot of the people and a lot of the jobs. They're going to be gone. And if we get sick, then, you know, we're not going to have the people to go there and take care of us. So that's part of the my reason anyway for really not wanting this injection mandate. I also personally, health reasons, I mean, I don't have to worry about a job, but there's a lot of people that do, but for health reasons, I can't get it. And there are other people in that position. I do understand that there are exemptions, but they're very difficult to get. You have to basically, any doctor that gives them, they're gonna be hammered for, because well, I've just heard in other counties that they're getting hit really hard when they actually back up the person who's sick and cannot get an injection. So those are other things that you might want to think about when you're thinking about what to do with this. And that's all.
I've heard that, I've talked to a doctor, heard that same thing about essentially being blackballed.
Yes, totally. Mhm.
That they were told something that they were allowed to write 7.
Mhm.
Anything more than that, they're in trouble.
Right.
So, that was Oregon, but.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. I will go back to the online folks. If there is anybody. Sherry. Sherry, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Sherry from Houston. And I just wanted to go over what was decided last week at the end of the meeting when prosecuting, I hope I say his name right, prosecuting attorney Connell had verified that if the citizens of Klickitat County, specifically the under canvas people who are appealing the SEPA determination and the CUP, that's already been decided, that I just wanted to verify last week at the end of the meeting that Prosecutor Cornell said that if these citizens take this to Superior Court to appeal the decision of the hearings examiner to approve the SEPA as is and to approve the conditional use permit, that this will be the citizens going up against Klickitat County in Superior Court. And am I correct? And that's what Prosecuting Cornell said.
Go ahead. Sherry, this is Commissioner Christopher. Yes, that is what he said. When I answered that question earlier in the day, I misspoke. So he would be essentially defending the hearings examiner as if it was the Board of Commissioners in court against whoever was questioning the hearings examiner's findings.
Okay, so I want to make that clear to the citizens. Every time the commissioner said it's not our county against the citizens, it is the county, our taxpayer dollars, that is paying county employees to spend their time to fight the citizens on a project that requires a conditional use permit to be cited in a place that we disagree with on safety, on the welfare of people, the road, all of it. You know the case quite well. And I was told by Commissioner Sauter, if under canvas could not get a water right, they would not be issued a conditional use permit. Well, that is true as well. They did not get their water right and they were issued permission to get a conditional use permit. So, and I also want to say on record, the citizens say that road, Oak Ridge Road, is not adequate to evacuate and get fire engines up. And if there is a need to evacuate when under canvas raises our fire risk, as they will, you will have a situation of Paradise, California. And that is horrendous that these conditional use permits continue to be put through and our citizens continue to fight our own county, where the county uses our taxpayer money as your endless check to just fight us in all court. You know we'll run out of money and it's just not fair. And I hope that we will change this conditional use permit to allow our citizen voices to be heard. We've spoken numbers, we've spoken majority, and we were not heard. And this needs to change. And I just want to say this for the record, for the citizens out there listening, we need to be aware that this conditional use permit, as it will be used on the Night Road solar farms, will get these projects.
Katie, your time has elapsed. I did allow you a little extra because Commissioner Christopher did use some of your time. So thank you for your comments. I would clarify for those listening and folks in the room, the county is not upholding a decision that's fighting with these citizens. They are supporting the hearings examiner's ruling as if, because they're acting on behalf of the board against people that appeal the decision. Whether they are citizens or not is irrelevant. In this case, there's there's an accusation that they're citizens. We have appeals lots of times that they're not even citizens of the county that appeal decisions. It is the county will be supporting the decision of the hearings examiner as they have used, they're acting on behalf of the county. We're supporting that decision. That someone chooses to appeal it is their choice. And the characterization that that is against the citizens, I don't think is accurate. I'm going to go on to citizen comment that was online back in the room. If we still have one member of the folks here. If you wanted an opportunity to speak to the board, this is your chance. Okay, don't be scared. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's fine. No. I just was giving you the opportunity. I will go back, and if you change your mind, it's okay. I know it can be scary for people sometimes. I'm going to go back online. If there is somebody on the Zoom meeting or on a phone call, please unmute yourself and get our attention.
*6 if you're on the phone.
Yes. Let me put my glasses on.
Nothing coming up yet.
Number search.
No, I am not. Okay. Well, if folks change their mind, then get our attention. If not, I'm going to take the opportunity since because we don't like to use citizens' time but I will respond to the two folks inside in the chambers that made comments as far as, we did have a conversation this morning.
Executive.
No, when Renee,
Oh, got it.
no, I would not
Got
be discussing.
Trying
I
to
was like,
make sure,
God, am I, thank you for, yeah, okay.
Trying to stipulate.
Thank you for making sure. As far as vaccine mandate, and there has been, this board has not entertained, discussed in any way, any kind of that we would consider doing a mandatory vaccine. That does not mean I myself am vaccinated. I believe in vaccines, but that was my choice, and I made that choice. And I know, to my knowledge, I don't believe that there is any kind of regulatory scheme that the governor could make the county. That's different between, as an employer, if employers want to choose, and that's a different discussion at the hospital, and those comments really should be directed to the hospital. We don't have any jurisdiction over that. But it's that the governor has mandated vaccines for state workers, which again, then he's in that kind of chain of command. He's not in county employees' chain of command. That would be a decision that I would anticipate would be made by the management here in the county. And at this point, we have not even contemplated that. So I'm curious, as I had told Renee, where this, because we haven't discussed this. So I know I've been watching your pre-expression of your First Amendment rights, which I support as far as your right to do that. But I have as far as to that issue, we're not, I don't believe we're the audience that you're really talking to, at least to my knowledge.
I was kind of curious why you're not, and you can protest wherever you want. I'm not in any way saying any otherwise.
No.
But since at this point, this isn't a county issue, this is a hospital and a school issue, why is everybody not protesting in front of the hospitals and the schools? Or are they? And I'm just missing that. Anybody know?
Are you asking?
Anybody?
Oh, okay.
I just don't know the answer to that.
So this is a local place. It's in front of the courthouse. For
Okay.
me, when I made a choice to begin protesting, it was to address the already mandate for state education and hospital. And then my thought is that
it will probably come to a county level at some time. Now, what that based is on my own opinion and the things that I've read. I've also read about, can the governor withhold funds from the county? And I don't know enough about that. I don't know if that's within a federal or state and how you apply for funds separately. I don't know anything about that. So,
I would imagine that would come down to a court decision after somebody would, I'm sure, sue the state for failure to deliver funds. And we would find out that answer at that time. So I don't know that they've ever done that before.
Yeah, I don't know. I would just say, just at this point, there's been no
right. So to
discussion.
me, it was addressing the issues that we have in our community and the impact in our county.
I figured it was kind of to
Because-
get more traffic there, so more people can.
Because of where we're at,
Sure.
but also being proactive. I want you to know that there are citizens out there who believe very strongly in our rights. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, we are in citizen comment, so I'm gonna go back to, if somebody's changed their mind or just joined us online, this is your opportunity. Raise your hand, unmute, *6. Or
Quiet
uncharacteristically quiet today.
today. I don't have any bruises on me yet.
No.
It's a reflex.
It's a reflex, I'm sorry. As I've said, I feel that is a failure when I have to do that, and that's not,
It's unfortunate.
it's unfortunate, because that's, as I've said, my 15 years here, a few of them, took my turn as chair. That is such a rare occurrence that it's.
I always tell everybody I will have civil discussion with anybody about any topic until it turns uncivil. If it's uncivil, I'm done.
So, again, opportunity, folks online, on the phone. It could be on any topic. It doesn't have to be vaccines or masks. It could be. I do remember when we used to talk about other stuff. Okay,
What other stuff?
I don't even remember.
How the new building is on budget.
Yeah, the budget.
Don't jinx us, boys.
Yeah.
My number's getting closer. I was looking at.
What's that?
Come on up.
I have a comment.
Sure, come on up.
I just noticed when I walk back and forth from the buildings, the parking lot on the east side here, the sidewalk. I saw an elderly gentleman in a wheelchair and he was pretty much four-wheeling it around those cars because they're right on the sidewalk. They
Oh, the
can't get
sidewalk
by.
that goes down the middle of our new parking. place?
Yes, yeah. And anyway, I thought, I can maneuver it, but this guy had a tough time. He had to go out in the gravel and he was, trying to weave in and out. And I just thought maybe we might mention to whoever
Okay,
parks there. Maybe, anyway, Denise Goldenville.
okay. Thank you, Denise Goldmill. Guess I'll do a little work. If people change their mind, speak up. The next 11 minutes.
Get that to do your homework.
Yeah, actually, that's what I should do.
If she's gonna come in and ask the answer.
I know.
The answer, and we better have it.
Which, this line or this line? Oh. I like the larger one, just because.
I was gonna say, to me, it's completely irrelevant because whatever dollars we put in there, we have no idea until we see what's done in that department.
Right.
I mean, they have office supplies at $1,600. The person's gonna need a laptop. It's gonna be more than 1,600. So you're kind of just getting an initial start with numbers anyway. You have somebody unmuted.
Oh, yes.
6274.
Go ahead.
6274.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Ben L. I was just calling in for a basic request once again. I was wondering if it would be possible to get not Mount Adams Transportation to stop by Klickitat on their fixed route. I know you guys have a lot going on and tons of fish to fry, but just running that by you guys because we don't have any fixed route transportation in Klickitat. I think it'd be a big improvement to the transportation sort of lack of transportation that we have in this area. So just wanted to run that request by you guys, and that was all. You guys are doing a great job and hang in there. And yes, I'm just glad you guys are there. That
Bill,
was
have you
all.
ever done or Ben, have you ever done the dial-a-ride rather than the fixed route, but called in to be picked up?
No, sir. This is not necessarily transportation for myself, but other members of the community that aren't familiar with the transportation that you guys provide.
Okay.
Right. So our senior services director is on our afternoon. I hope so, because I have more questions. Yeah. And one of the things I'm going to be bringing up is possible looking into our dial-a-ride and seeing if we could potentially phase back the more expensive dial-a-ride and use those funds on expanding service between the Dalles and White Salmon, which would also include up to Klickitat. So it's something that's on our radar as we go through this budget process. The key is finding the funding in order to accomplish our dreams. But it's on our radar.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. You guys have a good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay,
Bye.
we are still in citizen comment. If there's anybody online that wishes to address the board.
I would like to address.
Yes, 5865. Go ahead.
Rosefield Dimick, Goldendale, Washington. I wanted to make a comment about the comments that Jan Christopher had mentioned on KLCK regarding the ordinances in Douglas County. He had mentioned that the county had one ordinance, and I wanted to correct him from the misinformation that he may have received. There is a section 1816.3, I think 55, A, B, and C. Under B, it says that facilities shall be located at least 7 miles from an urban growth area boundary or city or town limits boundary, municipal airport boundary. So it looks like there's 7 miles setback for that. And the facility shall be located 7 miles from habitat associated with sensitive and candidate threatened or endangered plants and wildlife identified by the state and federal list. So indeed, there are ordinances that were implemented by Douglas County, and I just wanted to make sure that he was aware of that so that he wasn't spreading misinformation to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brazil, I believe, from what I read, this is Commissioner Anderson, that is one ordinance. Those are different sections within an ordinance, but that is a singular ordinance.
That is correct.
Okay, well, but he had only mentioned that the FSEC aspect of that ordinance was mentioned in his interview with KLCK. And I just wanted residents to realize that there are more parts to that that do protect those residents and those species. And it would be my hope that the commissioners would also consider our endangered and threatened species in our county as well. Virginia's hawk, badger, and gray squirrel, which all reside here in this area. And it's also my understanding that there's a critical areas. I guess it hasn't been updated recently, or it's still being looked at. So if we could, get that in our ordinances, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dimick. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. If there are other citizens, yes, Crystal is unmuted. Do you wish to address the board?
Yes, I'm opposed. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm opposed to the approval of this short plat. In 1968,
No,
Commerce.
sorry, I'm sorry, there's a hearing, that's it,
That starts at 1:30.
that starts at 1:30. So that, this is a public comment
Or
or
anything not on the schedule.
it's not on the schedule, which that short plat, you will have an opportunity during that process to give your comments. I'll have to-
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment for items that aren't on the agenda later during a hearing. If for the next 5 minutes, if there's somebody that wishes to speak to the board, this is your opportunity. Raise your hand, unmute yourself. *6 if you're on a phone. Okay. Ms. Harvey, go ahead, you're unmuted.
Lane Harvey, Golden. Yeah, we're just reading about the Virginia's hawk. Their ESA status has been upgraded to critical and listed as endangered from threatened, and that's in Washington. And there are Virginia's hawks in Klickitat County, and also gray squirrels and other species of concern, other species that are listed, steelhead. And I'm just wondering, with all these solar projects and these so-called mitigations, what we're gonna allow these companies just to hand over a couple thousand, $100,000 to mitigate for these species? Is that, I just don't find that to be fair. I mean, that's kind of what happened at the Len Hill. Those wildlife were just mitigated with what, $300,000 for 40 years. And, you know, I don't feel that's fair for the wildlife that's been here from before all humans. And they don't have a right to inhabit this land and these streams. This is their habitat. This is their land. People complain about cougars and bears coming to their property. Well, we're living in their habitat. And so, you know, I have a problem and I have issues when multi-million-dollar companies, billion-dollar companies want to come around and construct these industrial so-called green energy projects and displace fish, displace birds, any kind of wildlife, insects, whatever. You know, I just have issues with that. And I have issues with the county just accepting mitigation dollars, because that mitigation money is not going to replace those species, especially steelhead that are lost from 2 creeks near Roosevelt. I work in those watersheds. I know those fish existed there. And I know the company's withdrawn water. So I'm just saying, you know, all wildlife in this county have a right to live, whether they're fish, birds, insects, whatever. So that's just my comment I want to bring up.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. We are still in citizen comment for a couple more minutes. If there is anybody online that wishes to address the board, not on an item that's on the agenda a little bit later. Anybody?
Excuse me again, commissioners, if nobody else can speak, can I get a clarification on the clarification you gave regarding that it's not always citizens against the county? I can appreciate that, but I wanted to, if you weren't clear at this situation, this is absolutely the citizens in the Houston area reaching into our back pockets, pulling out our personal cash and going up against the county's SEPA decision and CUP decision for under canvas. I just want to make that clear. In this case, it is private citizens against our county decisions.
Okay. Okay, there's 1 minute left. I am going to comment I'm gonna give myself as far as with Miss Harvey's comment about the, dollars for mitigation. I will say I am, I don't think writing a check is automatically just that's how you fix things. As far as there needs to be, I'm less concerned for the dollars that there is actual, that the dollars are supposed to be used to represent actual mitigation for impacts to species that offset those impacts. And so I, for one, I can't speak for the board, is I am not interested in developers writing a check as a way to just mitigate for impacts. I think those impacts are supposed to be identified, and they need to be, when it's appropriate, they need to be offset somehow. And maybe dollars are a component of it where it can be used to, purchase land or enhance things that offset. But as a general rule, and I also believe in mitigation that's actually tied to a project, that is where the impact is, generally speaking, not where you have the impact here and then you fix it 100 miles away at the other end of the county. I don't think that's appropriate either, but that's my own personal opinion. And with that, we are out of time. Thank folks. Which brings us to 1:30, which is the time we set aside for public meetings, bid openings, and public hearings. And our really only piece of business right now is a consolidated public hearing to review an appeal submitted by Patricia Arnold of Friends of the White Salmon River to SEPA threshold determination, SEPA 2021-20, and preliminary approval of short plat SPL 2021-19 to divide 21.39 acres into 2 lots. The property in question is located within a portion of section 25 Township 4 North, range 10 East, and sections 30 Township 4 North, range 11 East, Willamette Meridian. This is in the Houston vicinity. The applicants are Gary and Judy Gottschalk. And if folks will bear with me for a second where I can get to my procedure. This is a formal process, and I want to make sure I'm following things the way I'm supposed to. Bear with me. Okay. Okay, I did announce the purpose of this hearing. This is a consolidated hearing that will include, it's a closed record hearing of a SEPA appeal. Let's see. So I have now opened that, and I will start with a planner's review. Ms. Denise.
Okay, I'm Denise Lee in the Planning Department. On May 5th, 2021, the Planning Department received an application for a 2-lot short plat from applicants Gary and Judy Gottschalk in Houston. The application was deemed complete on June 4th, 2021, and a mitigated determination of non-significance was issued for the SEPA on June 10th, 2021. An appeal to the SEPA 2021-20 MDNS was received on July 2nd, 2021 by Patricia Arnold of Friends of the White Salmon River. As you mentioned, the hearing today is in 2 parts. First, a closed record hearing to develop findings to support a decision to uphold, modify, or overturn the SEPA responsible officials determination for SEPA 2021-20. And second, an open record hearing to approve or deny short plat SPL 2021-19. Specific information was included in the staff report.
Okay, does that
Yes, that concludes my
planner's review. Okay, and I'm going to just, for folks online, as far as I'm gonna kind of go through how the schedule is gonna work. That was the planner's review. This is a closed record hearing on the SEPA portion of this. So we've had the planner's review. There will be appellant's testimony will be next, followed by the applicant's testimony, followed by the appellant's rebuttal. Then there will be an opportunity for the board to ask questions of the staff, the appellant or the applicant or others, should they choose. Then we will close the public hearing on the SEPA appeal, and then we will move on to the preliminary plat application, which is an open record, which we will take testimony from the general public on that. I just want people to be clear that there's two things going on. The SEPA appeal is a closed record appeal, and so it will only be the appellant and the applicant that will be testifying. No public comment on that. The public comment comes later. And so with that, I will now move us to appellant's testimony, which I assume we are doing via Zoom.
That's correct.
There we go. Where are you? There we are. Okay, sorry. We have 49 people watching, so I have several screens to get through to find you. So, Ms. Arnold, go ahead. This is your opportunity.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for holding the hearing. I'm going to be kind of reading because if I try to ad lib, it'll have bad results. And I also don't know how long I have. The agenda allots 30 minutes for two hearings, the SEPA appeal closed hearing and the short plat application open hearing. And it indicates to me that you either don't want or you don't expect an in-depth exploration of the issues in this case. So I'll put it to you in the simplest of terms. Do you want to be known as the county that destroyed the most important cold water refuge river in the Columbia system? Do you want to use your regulations to prevent harm or to protect natural resources that serve all of us? I think I could share screen here, right? So I'm going to start with a map of the, which I don't have up. Hold on one second. There we go. Zoom. Share screen. Here we go. Okay, this is a map created by us that shows the proposed lot, lot 2, and the White Salmon River, and the 200-foot setback from the White Salmon River. And I want to start here because one of the things under discussion is the distance of the buffer that's required. So I just want you to see that line there that shows where that 200, and here's the parcel. And also want to point out that this little L thing here apparently stays with lot 1. So that 100 feet of the shoreline is going to stay with lot 1, not with lot 2. This creates a very odd shaped parcel, and it makes me wonder what the SEPA mitigations refer to. They talk about the construction process and they mention exclusively lot 2, which is the small new lot being created. It doesn't mention lot 1, whether any of the SEPA mitigations and determinations apply to lot 1. I jump ahead in my written testimony a little bit here. As you know, the current critical areas ordinance and shoreline master plan are undergoing revision. At the current moment, however, the current critical areas ordinance applies. It requires a 200-foot buffer of undisturbed natural vegetation. Proposed SMP, which would remove those critical area buffers from the shorelines of the White Salmon, would substantially reduce that buffer. But I think we can safely say that approval of the SMP is some ways off, perhaps a year or more. So it's my opinion that the current buffer requirements apply. Regardless of this regulatory confusion, if we just look at the SMP, a major goal of the act is, quote, to prevent the inherent harm in an uncoordinated and piecemeal development of the state's shorelines. Please note the words inherent harm. This project certainly meets the standard of being an uncoordinated and piecemeal development. Harm is inherent in this and must be mitigated. The conditions in the SEPA do not do this. Also, regardless of this regulatory, I'm on page 4 in case you're trying to follow me. Also, regardless of this regulatory confusion, it is perfectly clear that the White Salmon River is a shoreline of statewide significance and that it's a critical area under any definition, including the one proposed in the county's current revision of the critical areas, quote, areas where state or federal designated endangered, threatened, and sensitive species have a primary association. You have an obligation to protect the salmon and steelhead habitat under this critical areas ordinance, and that requires protecting the shoreline buffer and the hydrology of the river. The county does not enforce mitigations called out in SEPAs. We know that, relying mostly on other agencies, referring people to WW and other agencies. There's a problem with this, and I'm going to show you some pictures in just a minute about the cumulative damage that is happening on this parcel. And there's damage there in violation of critical areas, shorelines, Clean Water Act, stormwater stuff. There's a lot of cumulative damage. And, you know, in the absence of your ability and or will to enforce regulations, your only choice is not to permit projects that have the potential to inflict substantial damage on resources. You know as well that the county's standard approach to SEPA determinations for area-wide actions like the SMP and the critical areas is to declare that they have no impact. You issue DNSs on those, and that any impacts will be evaluated and mitigated at the level of individual project applications. Well, you have a pretty good test case in front of you right now. Chance to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. If you approve this SEPA determination without guarantees that impacts will not occur, which is the way, you know, if you prove it, you're not guaranteeing anything. You're going to put paid to your assertions that you will deal with impacts on an individual project level, and that you can go on declaring that the area-wide ordinances like criticals and shorelines have no, and zoning ordinances have no impact. So you kind of have a bit of a dilemma here. Either you deal with the impacts of this project correctly, or you deny it because, you know, it's going to impact everything. So I think, you know, you have kind of a choice here. I want to put up a couple of more pictures. It's going to take me just a minute to get around and make sure I have them up on my screen. So let me see, what do I have here? I have, okay, I'm going to start with the SEPA mentions, the SEPA checklist mentions a forced practice application. It said several years ago or something, it was actually, and here's a picture of what that parcel looked like at the time. This is in the forced practice application. You see a very healthy buffer here, right, on that parcel. The forced practice application, they stated in the application that they were going to do it in accordance with the provisions of the SMP, but no substantial development permit was applied for. So there's no opportunity to really determine if they did cut within the accordance with the provisions of the SMP. But if you go back to what that parcel looks like now, this is what it looks like on the county mapping system after the logging. And you can see that there is a substantial erosion of the shorelines buffer. throughout here. This is a little hard to determine if it was or wasn't there, but this clearly shows that that logging activity resulted in some damage to the shoreline buffer. And then we have and one more picture. This is actually a video, but I'm going to try to just show it to you in a still version. The applicant has built a new house on the parcel just south of the of lot 2. It's separated from lot 2 by some bit of lot 1. But this is a house that was built, and this is substantial damage to the shoreline here. There's just no getting around it. So on this one parcel, and I can show you another picture. I don't know if I have it handy here, but there's another picture of a tree that was felled into the river right here during the process of this construction. It's a very substantial tree, and it just was felled right at the shoreline, was sawed down. Gotta be in violation of various regulations. So this project, or this parcel, is really an excellent demonstration of what cumulative damage means. And so I think that your choice here is to say, no, we're not going to permit this kind of cumulative damage to go on. I think I'm going to stop because I'm sure that you have time limits here, but I did send in a document that has comments on the various points, amplifications and comments on the points that we made in our appeal, and the applicant answered some of them, not satisfactorily, but did answer some of them. I just want to talk specifically about 3A, surface water, and 5B, animals. And I want to reiterate to you that the SEPA checklist omits mention of anadromous fish as priority habitat species, and also omits mention of those species, anadromous species, which are listed as threatened and endangered. You cannot properly evaluate the impacts of a project on a thing if you don't say that that thing exists. And the omission, both by the applicant and by the county, of these species from this checklist, and the subsequent lack of or failure to consider impacts on these species, makes the SEPA checklist just unacceptable. So I've provided as well an attachment A, which just briefly, I'm not a scientist, and I picked a few people's brains. You could get way better information from other people, some of whom are probably in the room here, about the impact of shorelines, buffers on fish. But I cannot stress strongly enough that the failure to consider these species in particular in the SEPA checklist and in the process, and the applicant in his response to the appeal and to the comments said, well, we can put them on the list. Well, yes, you can put them on the list, but that does not answer the question of possible impacts. It's just not enough to say they're there. It's the first step, but it's not enough. So I'm going to leave you there unless you want me to go on, which I can go on to some other things about groundwater and waste and stormwater and recreation. I guess I might just touch on recreation. The county's assessment of the SEPA checklist is incorrect in the recreation area. It responds to the recreation issues as if they're only part of the wild and scenic. That's not correct. Recreation is point 12 on the SEPA checklist, and the answers provided are incorrect on the SEPA checklist, and the county also refused or neglected to evaluate this. The questions are whether the project, what recreational opportunities there are. Well, you know, whitewater recreation is right up there. We all know it, right? We see them every day. Question 2 is whether those recreational uses would be displaced. Well, no, they wouldn't be displaced because this project is not in the river, so those uses wouldn't be displaced. But 3, the question is, C is what measures are taken to reduce or control impacts? And the answer is there aren't any impacts, but that's not true. I mean, you ask any whitewater outfitter or private kayaker, and the white salmon is valuable because it's because of its shorelines, largely. I mean, also the rapids, you know, it's a class, the whitewater, it's a mecca for whitewater worldwide, of course, but part of that is the shorelines, the unspoiled view. They also like the fish coming back. So you know, but you could, you know, maybe that's not part of recreation, but it's important to the whitewater recreationists. So again, the SEPA checklist, the main point about it is the failure to consider cumulative impacts, and also the failure to consider the presence of an adverse fish. But another significant oversight in all of this is the recreational.
Okay,
So I'll stop there.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. That's, thank you. And we are now going to go to the applicant's time. Now, the appellant will have an opportunity to rebuttal, have the last word as far as on this. So I will go to the applicant now. And you have 13 minutes. That is what I gave to Ms. Arnold. So you don't have to use it all if you don't wish.
Haven't seen anybody unmute.
Okay, this is Gary and Judy.
Okay,
Pat, you're still on my screen. I guess a couple of comments, just to get it out of the way. Pat showed some pictures of a current house from the stream that's being built down there. And there was always a meadowed area between the river and where that house is actually sited. There was always a large meadow there, predating when Les Durkop had the property in the 50s. The tree that Pat mentioned was one of 4 or 5 that were blown down in a major windstorm we had. And we were actually asked by the rafters to remove the tree from the river because it was a hazard. And so we did that. When the tree blew down, it actually blocked the entire river. And our fear was that a kayaker who often, believe it or not, kayak backwards down the river there would get caught under that tree and be done with. So the standard practice of the rafting companies is when trees block the river is they go down with chainsaws and cut it off. And that's exactly what happened in this case. As far as I know, and certainly nothing I've done, there has not been a single tree cut down within 100 feet of the river in the time we have lived here. So that house was specifically sited there because there was a large meadow area in front of it and had been there historically. So I think that answers the questions that were brought up by that. Relative to the SEPA, Pat mentioned the salmon and steelhead fish. Our intent in saying we would add that to the SEPA wasn't that we were going to add that to SEPA, that it was that the general protection of fish in terms of the whole way the property was going to be developed, where nothing was going to be touched within 100 feet of the river with this short plat, provided excellent protection for salmon, for anything that was in the river. And we looked a little bit at the science. Like Pat, I'm not an ecology expert, but from what we could tell, there was great shading.
Oh, you got to
continue, Mr. Gottschalk.
Okay. Great shading for the fish in the river, and we don't plan to do anything to affect that in any way. As far as the general comment of logging, the way that DNR rules work for logging, when that area was logged, was there were no trees taken within 100 feet of the river, and between 100 and 200 feet of the river, there was some percentage of the trees that were allowed to be taken. I can't remember what that percentage was. I think maybe it was 33%, but I wouldn't swear to that. And so in general, when that was done, it was logged. DNR reviewed that, and we'd met all the requirements. They did a pre and post harvest review. So relative to the site overall, yes, it was logged in the area outside 100 feet from the river. And at the time, all the applicable rules and regulations were followed. I guess other than that, we spent a lot of time studying the rules and regulations. We spent some time talking with county employees and with attorneys and everyone else and surveyors, and it appears that it was certainly our intent to meet all the current regulations. Pat mentioned ambiguity between the Shorelines Act and the Critical Areas Ordinance. And my understanding of that was the Critical Areas Ordinance specifically didn't apply to areas covered by the Shoreline Act in the current iteration. I know there's a desire to change that, but I believe in the front of the Critical Areas Ordinance, it very specifically excludes areas that are covered by the County Shoreline Act. So I think that's the net of what we had. Again, we tried to follow the rules. We aren't trying to bend any or break any. We're just trying to follow the rules as they exist. And we think we've been great stewards of the land for the 30 years we've been here. And we have a nice organic farm. We have trees. We have, we think we've been great stewards of the land and would like to have a lot down there, maybe for a house for a daughter or someone in the future. So that's our plan.
Thank you, Mr. Gottschalk. Does that conclude your testimony?
It does.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will now go back. There is an opportunity for the appellant for rebuttal. So I will recognize Pat Arnold.
No, I'm very sympathetic to people who try to follow the regulations, and I recognize that the Gottschalks have made a pretty significant effort compared to lots of others I've seen to do that. That's not the point here. The point here is that you guys have to determine what your course is. I mean, the forest practice regulations are miserable at protecting environmental values. And even the best efforts to abide by those result in damage. So for example, if you put a 100-foot buffer from a stream and you say, we're not going to cut trees inside that buffer, but you cut trees right up to the buffer, you've weakened the trees inside that buffer. You weaken root systems and so on. So even, all of these things it's like they're all connected. And what you have in your hands here is a confusion of regulations. Gary could be right about the shorelines and critical areas, but I don't think he is. I think that they're both in suspension, and that where it says on the draft of the critical areas right now that it will be subsumed into the shorelines, yes, that's expected to happen eventually, but I don't think it's happened yet. And I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. So there is a confusion of regulatory issues here, and even the most valiant efforts to abide by the regulations allow harm to happen. And the question in front of you is, are you going to take action in this situation on this proposal to protect the resource, like a positive action for protection? Or are you just gonna say, well, it meets the letter of the law here, and we all know that regulations can be interpreted in many ways. It's not like a stop sign means stop. It's not that simple. You guys know that. We all know that. You have the ability to interpret, to apply these things as you see fit. And so the question here is, given your consistent position through many generations of commissioners, that you're going to sign determinations of non-significance to area-wide programmatic regulations and ordinances, that you will deal with the impacts on a case-by-case basis as they come up. Well, here's a pretty good test case for you. Are you going to do that? Or not? So, you know, I'm sympathetic to the Gottschalks in their attempts to comply with these regulations, but it's your job to assess and the county's job to assess the potential impacts and to decide what you're going to do about that.
Okay, Ms. Arnold, does that conclude your rebuttal?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that brings us to clarification. These are as an opportunity for the board to ask questions of staff or the appellant or the applicant or the senior services director, I guess, if we wish. Yes, Commissioner Christopher.
Miss Arnold, can you please share your screen and put that picture back up that was taken from the river?
The one that shows the current house?
Correct.
Will do. Just 1 second.
Yes, we're all adapting to the technology.
Okay, I got it. Oh, no, I don't got it. Where am I? Oh, there we are. No. Okay. Share screen. Picture of current house. I think this is the one you're asking for. Well, I actually have two of them side by side. There's a tree that came down. And here's the construction. And I think you can see that.
Can you
there's
full
been
size
clearing.
that picture up above it, please? Up in the top
sorry?
right corner, in the top right corner of your picture, you can enlarge screen, the middle one.
This one?
The middle square that you just hovered over for a second. There you go.
That one? Yeah, there you go.
Get bigger. Trying to see better. Okay, so I guess I would ask a question. Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please leave that on for a minute. I guess I would ask a question of Mr. Gottschalk, talking about the meadow that has always been there for the dawn of time or what have you. Did that meadow have shrubs and wild grasses and whatnot in it, or was it all dirt like it is now?
It tended to have dirt in the summer, and in the winter it had more grasses. Just from it just dries out in the summer, and when we went in, it actually, Pat missed the big tree that fell down. That tree that's in the river is not. That tree's been hanging there a long time. There was a major tree that fell down in the river that blocked the whole river.
Right. I'm not so concerned about the tree. I'm concerned about the, I guess I'll come right out and say it, the total disregard for the riparian area of the stream.
Oh, we're planning to
Looks like
replant.
there's nothing there but dirt.
Yeah.
That upsets me, sir.
Yeah, it's our intent to plant that as soon as we get some rain.
There's no further questions, sir.
Questions?
If I can make a comment, you know, that's not a separate.
Ms. Arnold, it's actually closed to further comment. This is opportunity
Sorry.
for the board to ask questions. The board may ask you a question that you could respond to, but at this point, I'm looking to my seatmates if they have any questions that they wish to ask.
Oh.
While you're contemplating, if I could, this would be to staff too, is To me, the critical piece of information that there is confusion about is this question of, is it a 100-foot buffer or is it a 200-foot buffer? The shoreline calls for a 100-foot buffer. The critical area ordinance stipulates a 200-foot buffer. And this is kind of an old discussion that we've had in the past on, this has come up before. And we obviously have a difference of opinion between the applicant and the appellant as to which guides. My previous understanding has been, I would side with the applicant, that in the critical area ordinance is in areas that aren't covered by the shoreline plan. But again, that's my understanding. And I think that's a critical decision that the board's going to have to make, because I don't know which standard. Obviously, if it's a 100-foot buffer, they completed their application. The SEPA determination was done based on that piece of information. All the activity is taking place outside the 100-foot. That doesn't mean there aren't any impacts. Those would have to be considered, but it's a different standard than if it's within that riparian area. And is it 100 feet or is it 200 feet?
So in this case, the shoreline master plan does override the critical area ordinance. The setback is a 100-foot building setback versus a 200-foot fish type S stream for critical area ordinance. And
So that is your.
Yeah, the shoreline master plan.
Of course. Is that 100-foot setback meaning no construction or disruption of habitat within that 100-foot riparian area?
No, we have a 50-foot natural buffer
So
zone.
you have a
That's a
50-foot
no-touch
riparian
zone
area.
against, from the ordinary high water mark measured horizontal from the stream, the river. And the 100-foot is a building setback. All of the buildings, nothing could be closer than 100 feet. Measured horizontally from the ordinary high water mark.
And I'm imagining when we finally get around to doing our shoreline management plan, then it would become 200 feet following state guidance.
That I can't.
Don't know
answer.
that answer yet.
Know that, but you
Denise,
could guess.
is there also a view shed corridor that it's not that 50-foot buffer is not fully there because you can remove so that you have a view a certain width and a certain length within the Shorelines Management Act?
Never heard of that.
Mochi, help me out here.
So this is Mochi. Within the first 50-foot natural buffer zone, we will allow for some very limited clearing of that area, but it's case by case. Generally speaking, the first 50 feet measured landward from the ordinary high water mark is no touch zone.
But do we have it in the ordinance that there is the view corridor?
No, not currently.
Not currently, okay.
So Mochi, you would concur as far as I guess that the shoreline master plan is in force on this project. So the 100-foot building is the number versus the 200-foot buffer that is used in the critical area ordinance.
That's correct, because planning department is directed by the critical areas ordinance to apply only the SMP within the shoreline area right now. And we are in the process of updating both the SMP and the CAO, and that will change. But until then, we have to apply only the shoreline management plan within the shoreline area.
Additional questions?
I'm good on this issue.
Go back to my procedure, bear with me. Be able to flip screens easier. Okay, if there's no further questions or clarifications from the board, then I will now close the public hearing on the SEPA appeal. We don't actually take action on this.
Well, that's
We
what I
make
was
a
questioning.
decision.
We hear the next one before we,
Make a determination, because why would we move on to the, if,
that was my
depending on
question.
what, I'm gonna
You
spin
said
back
motion
up
guidance.
because, yeah,
I believe it's your call if you want to make a, develop findings to support, order us to uphold or remand the SEPA.
and I do have board, potential board action. The Board of Commissioners should conclude whether the responsible official erred in the analysis of significant impacts, or the appellant has demonstrated that the MDNS was procured by misrepresentation or lack of material disclosure, or there is new information indicating probable significant adverse impacts per WAC 197-11-340. So that's the standard on this hearing that we are to apply.
Correct.
Commissioners, this is Gary again. I just looked up the critical areas ordinance.
Excuse, I'm sorry, this is closed to this.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, if I allow you, I have to allow the appellant as well.
Well, we can't have that.
No, it's not. That's not, it
Following
is
the law,
closed, I'm
following
following the
procedure.
law, that we closed it to, this is now the opportunity for the board.
Yes, it's more of if we don't follow procedure,
Right.
Someone could file suit and claim that we didn't follow procedure correctly. So it's just a matter of, do we want to rule on this before we move
Or we'll
on?
move on.
We are not required to rule on this before we move on.
No, we're not.
So that's why I was up
Okay.
to board determination.
That is the
That's how we
board.
win.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we hold this over until next week, as I was just given the Friends of the White Salmon letter that has all of their points, and I've heard two different conflicting reports.
Yeah.
And I want to get to the bottom of it myself. And so I would not be in favor of making a motion today. Though I do want to hear the actual.
I would like to make one comment that the closed SEPA closed hearing comments were not accepted anymore for the hearing. I believe what you were handing just now is related to the short plat comment. There's like 3 of them. I may be mistaken, but I'm
right.
That's
But I do think that.
So you're saying we should be hearing the SEPA before we read those comments? Is they're not included in the SEPA?
These are comments for the short plat approval.
Right. So we
In the
shouldn't
open-
be including any
in
of
the
those
open hearing.
as evidence in the SEPA.
No.
Because the record is closed on the SEPA. Although I do think Commissioner Anderson raises that, there is a difference of opinion as to, again, it's that 100-foot, 200-foot, and I've heard your professional opinion. I have heard the planning director's opinion or statement. I don't want to say opinion there, but because to me, that's the critical piece of information I need to know is what standard am I using to that I'm applying.
If that's what you're using to apply.
Well, I can't even get to the standard of, do I believe that if the standard is, did the responsible official apply the rules correctly? We have to agree on what rules are in effect that they should have been considering. And so I don't know that we have clarity on that right here, right now. So we have.
Well, we can think of many instances over the course of your tenure where we have allowed people to build 100 feet back
Right.
from the stream. And so you have set a precedence your entire tenure that's the way that the Shorelines Management Act and critical areas, which have not changed in many years, have been interpreted.
Yeah.
And so what you're saying right now is that we need to either agree that they have been implemented correctly over the course of your entire tenure.
Right.
Or you've been misinterpreting those critical areas, Shorelines Management Act rules the entire time.
Or the current interpretation has caused cumulative impacts. So that's another one that doesn't have anything to do with 100 feet or 200.
Right. Well, I will say for myself, you're correct as far as my understanding and the standard that I have applied in these cases since I've been here is that the shoreline master plan takes precedent in these, and it is 100 feet, and that is the standard I've been using to make those determinations. Nothing has changed in that, and so, but
I do think an answer would be good. Where would we derive such an answer? Would that be at a state level or an attorney level, or how would we find the final answer on which one supersedes which one?
I do have an ordinance here, Mochi ordinance 00-12704, in 2004. Relating to land use zoning, adopting a critical area ordinance and repealing existing critical areas ordinance. It does says, whereas the state enacted chapter 321 laws of 2003, which provides that the protection of critical areas within shorelines of the state shall be accomplished only through the local government shoreline master plan and shall not be subject to the procedural and substantial requirements of the GMA and et cetera, et cetera. That kind of tells me that the shoreline master plan overrides
The current on file shoreline master plan.
Yes.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
I would, well, that's been my understanding since 2006.
This
since
was
Mm-hmm.
I've been here
signed
7.
January 27th, 2004 by the commissioners.
Okay.
And that states the RCW that the shoreline master, it's not just a previous document from a previous board, it's actually stating the state law that we can look to that says we have the authority in a shoreline master.
Well,
That's
that's
how
the
I
ordinance.
interpreted.
Yeah,
That's
what
how
it
I
is to
interpreted
say.
that, if they gave the.
I'd be
RCW.
happy to bring it up and have you.
Yes, please.
Yes, that would. Or at least that's how they interpreted it then. I would like to quickly bring up that RCW.
It's highlighted on the second page.
It's chapter 50 laws of 2003. It still doesn't have the RCW.
No, but it does have a quote, like they took it from the RCW.
Right.
Yeah, without playing in chapter 321.
Okay. Well, I'm comfortable with my earlier assessment is based on the information that I have was accurate. So I believe in this circumstance, the shoreline master plan is the governing ordinance, and that is the the 100-foot, no building within 100 feet, no touch in the 50, and then so.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess there's a motion on the floor to extend this till next week. I can hear and rule on the case today. If my seatmates needed after this discussion to continue on until next week, I would be willing to throw that second, just asking for clarification.
I'm reading the first page.
Or if he wants a 5-minute recess or whatever anybody.
My
needs.
memory's coming back on the CAO and the settlement agreement.
I'll give my seatmate a moment. Although that may be reason to, we can wait, although I'm good. I know where I'm at.
I said I know where I'm at. So, but if people need time, I'm willing to give time.
Okay. That's me. I've always wanted to go that way.
Okay. Have this back when we're done.
So you have a motion on the floor. Do you want to pull your motion or do you want me to second your?
It
motion?
wasn't seconded, so.
So it died for lack of a second.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, with that, then we do have the option now to moving on, or we can make a determination on the upholding or remanding or denying the responsible official's super determination.
Chairman discretion, you asked me. to bring-
Actually, I have this nice process I'm gonna stick with. So since we're gonna then move on. We're not making a decision at this time. We're gonna move on to the short plat. Now, I will now declare the public hearing open for the preliminary plat application SPL 2021-19. And interesting, we don't start with the planner's review, but at all.
I'd be happy to.
Why don't you give a brief, and then we will go to applicant's testimony. And then we will open it up for proponents, people supporting the application, opponents, and then the applicant gets the final rebuttal. And then it goes into that same process where the board can ask questions. So quick planner's
This is going to
review.
be short and sweet. The applicant submitted a proposal for a 2-lot short plat of resource lands evaluation, or at least resource land zoning. RLE had already been done. And their proposal was routed for the SEPA. We know it was appealed. It's ready for, depending upon the SEPA hearing determination, it's ready for preliminary plat approval if the board is ready for that. They're meeting all of their current zoning requirements, resource land perimeters. They drilled test pits, environmental health, public works has provided comment. They're meeting current development code.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will now open the public hearing. I will start with the applicant's testimony. Mr. Gottschalk, if you wish.
Okay, there, am I off mute now?
You are off mute. Go ahead, sir.
Excellent. Yeah, again, we thought this was fairly straightforward. We cited the parcel outside the 100-foot zone just to make sure there were no problems within 100 feet of the river, and we believe we've followed all the rules. There are a set of checklist items still to be done for the short plat, like getting with the county road engineer and state highway department, all that, which are all things that would have to be done before the short plat was issued. But again, I think we've followed all the rules as they were laid out as best we could. We felt, there's a shortage of housing. Having housing in the area is a good idea. Certainly, it's going to bring some tax revenue into the county, I would think, as well. So basically, we're trying to follow the rules and be good citizens.
Thank you. I will now open it up to further public comment, and I'm going to go off script a little bit. I think it does not matter if you are opposed or a proponent or neutral on it. We will recognize, and the public has an opportunity. And I'm going to set the time limit at 2 minutes for comments. And so if there is folks that wish to provide public comment, this is your opportunity.
Also, Commissioner, we have had 3 that I believe you got copies
We just
of
got
that that were submitted this morning.
Yes. Okay.
Liz.
Okay. Where is that? I don't see it. What's the name?
Lisa Hammerlick.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Yes, hi there, Lisa Hammerlink. I live at 731 Upper Lakeview Road here in White Salmon. I'm just a couple miles downriver from the subject parcel. And I have provided some written comments, but I'm mostly just gonna read those out for the people who don't have those. And then, I'll try to move quickly. The first thing it's just an observation of process, and that would be that I know there's deadlines to get all of this information in for, the SEPA appeal and all of that. And that information has been in for a while. And so I guess I would be frustrated that it's coming down to a question in front of you right now of what setbacks, when there's a ton of information and I guess I would like to know and feel more confident that you had read through that information and were making informed decisions and not asking questions off the cuff. So that said about the process thus far, I will just now dive into the short plat. I am opposed to it. I do not believe that the environmental review and the SEPA checklist was completed accurately, sufficiently, or in a manner to provide enough detail so that the side effects of these incremental changes and the serial, short plat process is doing extensive damage to the riverfront. And I just feel that the SEPA checklist in this case gives you enough information or the staff enough information to make that decision as an informed decision. Secondly, I do not believe that the designation of resource lands. So this parcel is designated resource lands, and that was intended to protect, protect high quality agricultural land, high quality, forest lands. It's not to protect development rights. So if you think of, they have a resource parcel, they have a home, they have high quality orchard lands. So I think in this case in particular, they have reasonable development. They have, and they're essentially creating as many waterfront parcels as they can. And that's, we all know that that's the maximized development.
Excuse me, your time is elapsed. Thank you for your comments. We will move on. Is there somebody else that wishes to provide public comment or comment? I shouldn't say public necessarily. This is
Ryan Traps has his hand up.
Lane Smith here.
Okay, Mr. Smith, go ahead. You have 2 minutes, sir.
It's not much time. Used to get 3. I just introduced myself. I'm Lane Smith. I used to be a county commissioner here, sat where that fellow in the white shirt is. And I ended up resigning because of stuff like this that I see going on. I am a little appalled that you guys didn't know that it's 100-foot setback. And I constantly have seen in the past people cloud the issues like I have seen these obstructionists do before to the people that live on this river. Now, I own and have lived here 50 years on this river. I was here when there was no zoning whatsoever. The state asked us to zone. We zoned the Houston-Beezy area, 20 acres. That's what we had. We all lived by that rule for a while, and then it was changed by these county lawyers. They changed it to 80 acres. So those of us with large chunks of land, and I at that time owned 175 acres, I cannot do anything with my property but farm it. And I don't know how many of you people have spent hours at night baling hay trying to make $1 because it's difficult to pay that and keep paying all our taxes on this land that we owe that we cannot use because of these obstructionists that are constantly here year in and year out. They are one of the big reason I resigned is my county commissioner seat that I worked hard to get to. Now, I can go on to say that when they changed the rules there, the rules were really set up when they came up with the resource lands that those of us that had large chunks of land could still sell our land on 20-acre parcels. But for those with less than 20 acres, they could go through a resource lands. Now, Gary Gottschalk and his wife Judy went through this process. Everybody followed through with it. It's a 100-foot setback. There's no left and right with all these other quirky people that are just always jumping into the middle of other people's lives. He applied for that. It went through the process of the Resource Lands Board. It was approved. It was sanctioned by you three people up there. And I just get madder than hell when I see these obstructionists come in there and cause so much problems. God gave us this river, our
Mr.
trees,
Smith.
our mountains and everything. to be
Mr.
used,
Smith, your
not
time has
abused.
elapsed, sir.
Nobody's.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Your time has elapsed. Okay.
Yes.
Move on. Thank you.
Minutes is not loud.
Ryan Krebs, you have your hand up. This is your.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so I'll just start out and you guys can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. My name's Ryan Krebs. I live just to the west of where this proposed project short plat is. I'll keep this short because I'm not an expert in understanding all these rules and regulations. But Gary and Judy are stewards of the land. They've owned this land since I remember. They're on top of maintenance. They control noxious weeds. They pick up garbage along the highway. They're just great people to have in our community. As for land use, I walked the property with Gary and I feel like that this makes the most sense for this property. They're not removing any farming or any food producing property. As a firefighter in me, they also have done a really good job with their forest management practices, mitigating fires. One of these days, we're gonna have a bad fire that comes through here and they've did a great job. We have a lot of dead trees, due to, beetles and other bugs. As for recreation, I feel like the county maybe should take a look at the continued use of recreation of the White Salmon River. I'm starting to feel like this is maybe becoming more of a problem versus the people who actually own and pay the property taxes on this land. I also am a firm believer in the financial impacts of this. This is going to create money in our local economy. And this also is going to create some housing, and for his kids, they can never afford to come back here and live in this area. So for him to try to break off a piece for his kids, I mean, that makes lots of sense and stuff. On another quick note, I'm sad that Judy and Gary have to work so hard and so many people trying to fight them to do anything. They've worked hard for their money and their family, and a lot of this just based on other people's individual feelings. In closing, I feel like the county did the right thing by accepting the SEPA and feel the short plat should be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Krebs. Okay, we are still in public comment. So if you wish to give comment on this, please raise your hand or unmute yourself.
Pat Arnold has her.
Okay, Pat Arnold, your hand is up.
She's muted though.
You are still muted though.
So the resource land evaluation, oh, by the way, I have to say, I work hard for my living too, just to put that on the record, right? The resource lands evaluation found low suitability for development. It actually found best, the resource land use ranked best on 7 of the 8 criteria and good on the other one. On the resource suitability criteria, they were all between good and fair, pretty much. I mean, some of them were not, but resource use clearly ranked higher on the resource land evaluation in this case. And it's taking good, valuable resource land out of resource production. So that's just a fact. And I want to comment as well on this wild scenic management issue. Back in 1991, when that plan was developed, the county signed an agreement to, they signed the agreement that put the management plan into operation. And somewhere in all this mess, I have, and I sent it to you, I have the statement that was signed by the county commissioner at the time, that had the chair of the county commissioners at the time. Explicitly committed to, quote, the continuing protection and management of lands in Klickitat County, which are part of the White Salmon River and Klickitat components of the National Wild Scenic River System. So if the commissioners had done that from the beginning when they were supposed to, a lot of this stuff wouldn't be happening. So I noticed some other things in my letter to you, but I will stop there. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to provide public comment? What's that?
Testimony, not comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, testimony. Thank you.
Sherry Busquet.
Sherry Busquet, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I was unaware of this situation. I was just happened to be tuning into the weekly meeting. And I am a homeowner of 3 years on the wild and scenic White Salmon River, approximately a half a mile down from this location. It sounds to me that the applicants have been trying to do their best. It's a small family, so on and so forth. But I think a big point here is that we need to consider that this is a national wild and scenic protected river. And by piecemealing it together, you will have a cumulative damage. I would like to back up my statement of being a riverfront owner. I have been told that my critical areas of what I must obey for any cutting of anything is 200 feet. So obviously there's confusion within your county when you talk to different river owner, shoreland owners. Also, when the shorelands is being discussed, it was discussed to be put back the buffer to 200 feet, and that hasn't been approved yet. So what I'm saying is, a steward of my land of 700 feet of this beautiful protected river, that by piecemealing together these projects one by one, we will have a cumulative damage. You must consider the under canvas project that is being put onto the river with thousands, tens of thousands of sewage dumped a day that we will not know what damage it will do to our beautiful river. Please consider stopping the development that could potentially hurt. If he wants to move it back 200 feet, then let's talk about something like that, but we need to protect our river. So please consider all the cumulative damage that's happening. And if I must be a good steward, I hope everybody else will be too. Thank you. Oh, and if I have a second, I appreciate them wanting to help their family, but to say this is for housing and to help the community, I heard the gentleman say it's for his family. But I'm just talking about really protecting our white salmon, wild and scenic, nationally protected. Do your part as commissioners and uphold the honor of our river and its environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that wants to provide testimony on the short plat? Going once. I'm not seeing anybody else. I will now give the applicant opportunity for rebuttal. Mr. Gottschalk.
See, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. Again, I think there's a set of rules that people would like to have. Some people would like to have that are different than the rules that we're living with now. And I think it's only fair and right and legal that the commissioners follow the rules as they exist. And certainly we're going to be good stewards of the land. That closes our comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this now brings us to clarification of statements. This is an opportunity for the board to ask questions of staff, the applicant, opponents, and others. Questions for staff? Yes, go ahead, sir.
I have a question. Mr. Gottschalk, can you tell me when this last house was built on the property? And when was the short plot for that property approved?
Let's see, the house is under construction, so it's it was started about a little over a year ago, and the way things are going with material shortages, it may be another year before it's finished.
Okay. When did you do the short plat for that one?
That property wasn't short platted. That there was a parcel that was always there, and so that wasn't part of a short plat process. The house is being built on a parcel that always existed separately from these lots.
Thank you. Perfect. No good questions.
not at the moment.
You know, I think this all comes down to the fact that we have a shorelines management master plan that needs updated, a critical areas ordinance that needs updated. There is a lot of ambiguity and there's a lot of room for interpretation with the way that things were written almost 30 years ago. And this is what happens. This is the same thing that happened with the use in BC zone, where you try to fix things, make them better. You try to tweak the verbiage to make it clear, and then it ends up in court, and then it ends up repealed, and then we're right back to where we're at, which, you know, is exactly where we are right now.
Right.
The shorelines management plan was recently appealed. To me, we're still operating under the exact same laws and the exact same rules that we've been operating under, and many other some people on this phone have used these exact same rules that have been in place for the last 20 years to do the exact same thing that this gentleman's asking for. I would be remiss to say it was fine for you to do it, but you over here, you can't do it. I believe in, you know, the equal application of the law. Once the law changes, different rules, but when it's the same law, that's what we're operating under.
Comments before?
Are we closed public hearing and on the discussion now, or?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, well, it says discussion and then.
Oh, it's got
close the public-
discussion twice, got it.
Yeah, but it's,
Okay.
that's when we're saying discussion, it's an opportunity to ask questions of staff,
Yeah, no,
which I am always under the opinion, we always have the opportunity to ask.
I don't
questions.
have any more questions of
Okay.
staff. I have a
Okay, I will now close the public hearing as far as to further public testimony. Now, if you have comments or questions or discussion.
I guess I go back to being a good steward of our natural resources. And the buffer zones in that picture that you could say it's dead grass, but it's bare dirt to within, what, 7-10 feet of the river. And if you look at the river bank on each side of that picture, not the clear cut in the middle, you can see ferns. And to me, it's fairly obvious there's been some removal down there for a scenic view or whatever you call it. And to me, that is not being a good steward of your natural resources. Because as a fisherman, the fish need that habitat, they need that shade. So with that, I haven't seen that there is good stewardship from this applicant. I also believe that we do have some pretty big cumulative impacts in this county with previous boards, county commissioners' failure to implement shoreline management acts and cumulative plans or comp plans. And I think those things, in doing these on a piecemeal approach, do not take in a long-term impact. So I don't believe the SEPA was done incorrectly from our SEPA official, but I do believe that the cumulative impacts are great and should be taken into account. And I will be voting no on both the SEPA and the SURE plan.
Okay, my turn now. I believe this case does illustrate the need, as Commissioner Henderson said, that we definitely do need to complete our work, get the shoreline master plan updated, update our critical area ordinance, update. I mean, we've got issues as far as in our zoning that we have attempted to fix in the past and have, you know, we're unsuccessful. But I think there is ambiguity and there has been, and it is raised. And just for the record, I did read the record. I was aware of, but the record contained conflicting pieces of information. So that doesn't mean I was unaware or, again, I come from 15 years of experience, but I was willing to consider that maybe I had made a mistake in the past. I don't believe that. I think based on the information that I have, I think the current rules, and we're all about that doesn't mean that I'm not sympathetic to Commissioner Christopher's point about the riparian areas. I think we do need to be good stewards. We need to take care of, I think there's some question about, in that 50-foot no-touch zone, that there's been some touching has taken place in there or not. I don't know, but I do know from past practice, this application is consistent with how we have interpreted and implemented the existing ordinances that are on the books right now. And if those change, that's fine. And so I will actually, I am in favor of supporting the SEPA officials' determination in granting preliminary approval.
Well, I don't disagree that cumulative impacts are something that can happen, Commissioner Christopher, on a site-specific short plat or a single issue like this. That is not the time that you look at those cumulative impacts. It is when you do and update your shorelines management plan to look at the cumulative impacts. And while if the applicant has done some touching in the no-touch buffer, there's no way that I can legally hold them responsible for another project which is going through its own legal process. The appropriate thing would be in that instance where you say, I've been shown a picture, it looks like you've been touching the no-touch buffer, we're going to need that vegetated. That would be through our code compliance, which we're currently hiring. Those are two very separate issues. Well, I rafted the river 2 weeks ago and I saw it. While I can absolutely agree with you that it looks like it's been touched, I can't use that to then make a decision upon this. Those are two completely separate things. And like Dave was saying, if we were to interpret the laws or the rules differently than we've been interpreting them over the last 20 years, well then that would open us up, I would see, to legal jeopardy some way, one side or the other. Because the rules haven't changed. But I absolutely understand exactly where you're coming from and how you feel.
Okay, well, that brings us to a decision point. We have a couple of draft motions, or we can hold this over. We can make a decision. I would favor just making a decision, but especially where two of us have already kind of said where we're at.
I am where I am, so if everybody is where they are, we can make the decision accordingly.
Two choices, or you can make your own.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to uphold SEPA 2021-20 and approve short plat SPL 2021-19. I move to deny the appeal and uphold the SEPA responsible officials' determination for SEPA 2021-20 and grant preliminary approval for short plat SPL 2021-19 and direct staff to prepare findings based on today's discussion and documents.
I will step down and second that motion. We have a motion and a second discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Right. Okay, motion passes by majority. Thank you, staff. Thank you for people who participated. I think this is a an opportunity too, that we understand we have some work to do on getting our ordinances up to date, and I acknowledge that. It also is for the future, when we don't do these very often, we probably need to schedule adequate time. And I really, even it didn't really matter these times, and I want to give thanks to the folks that were next on the agenda that understood that this was an important matter. We needed to give it the time that it needed so that we could, consider this appropriately. So thank you.
Can I request from staff that when we do touch on these documents or any documents in the future that had a split decision, that we sticky tab them or something so that they're not just in a giant pile of sign years? Or if we receive Mylars or whatever, we can be reminded as we're handed, so we know what we're signing on any of these that are split decision, right? For anybody new.
Right. There's an opportunity. So he doesn't want to
Absolutely.
inadvertently sign
I don't wanna-
A.
Yeah, I don't want to have 5 Mylars and then, I usually look, but I don't want to take that.
Usually your Mylars are handed to you individually.
When
I
they
know last
come,
week
yeah.
was different because.
Right, but I got on that one, we got the wrong Mylar first. So yes, I caught it, and most of the time I will. But I'm just saying on these split decisions are even more important.
Right.
To give us a little clarification, just in case we don't catch it.
We will definitely mark them very distinctly, and they are separated in the agenda.
Right, I thought they were.
Agenda folder, they're not in any other folder.
Perfect, thank you. And I want to thank everybody who testified today too.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on our agenda. Next up is a Senior Services Director, Sharon Carter. I would ask if you could, I don't know if the treasurer is online. He was earlier.
I believe he is.
Yes, we're going to take a 2-minute recess. So, Mr. Treasurer, obviously, if you're online, we're running a bit behind. So we'll, if you're monitoring, fine, come down when Sharon's done. If not, we'll call you when we're caught up.
No, I'm monitoring, so thank you. We'll go from there.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Sharon, for being here. I gave you the opportunity. It's like, we'll send for you when we're done, but was it sure riveting?
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to Tuesdays.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. So to begin with, I just wanted to mention that the grant that ATSA provided that I was applying for the volunteer connection program we were awarded that funding. We haven't received the contract yet, so I will be, once we get the contract.
2-year funding, right?
Yeah, 2 and the rest, the remainder of
2.5
this year and then a full 2 more
Oh.
years. And so as soon as I have the contract, I'll be submitting that in for signature and then proceeding with, because that does add that staff position. So we'll look at that job description of that but we were awarded that, so we're pretty excited about that. And then just wanted to comment on, I know there's been some requests for fixed route stops in Klickitat. We've also regularly had, requests for connection between
basically White Salmon, Lyle and Dallasport, you know. Obviously, the issue is resources, because it's a lot of money to just even, you know, right now, the existing service, part of getting that funding was it's from the main population centers of Goldendale and White Salmon. And so we would hope potentially to be able to, you know, and I could certainly evaluate, but the level of ridership, even right now, just on our White Salmon Goldendale, it's going to take some time to build up again because of being shut down for the last year. So there aren't existing resources to add those in, and whether or not there's going to be sufficient even people along those routes is a challenge because we are so spread out. So we
Are
do.
worried about having sufficient people even from the population centers to make it continue to be worthwhile as well?
Well, I mean, it is, like I said, slow resuming, and we're nowhere near where we were at when we were really fully operational. I mean, it takes time to build it, and with COVID still, there's impacts that way. So I think it's going to take probably a good year to even get where we were at, you know, with fixed route service. It is takes some time, but I think potentially in terms of showing, when we can show that ridership, and because we were able to get consolidated grant funding, typically it's easier to get continued support. It's new routes that are challenging. So
Is it, I guess I would say if I was a bus rider and then go through COVID and the bus stops, but now you can have your personal taxi service with Dial-A-Ride. How are we going to get them off of Dial-A-Ride and back to the bus? Are we going to need to set some policy decisions or restrictions on how many Dial-A-Ride trips we allow people to use and to try to get them back on the bus? Because I would imagine the Dial-A-Ride is far more expensive than the public transit.
yeah, and actually we already have Dial-A-Ride. You can't just call and say, I want to ride to here on Dial-A-Ride. You actually, medical is, we have prioritization based on need, more essential need items. And you can't just get a ride on Dial-A-Ride to go to the Dells to a store there. That would be something, you know, we direct people to go on the fixed route for that service. And even we are directing people that are able-bodied to ride the fixed route service too, for some of those other even medical trips to the Dells or something like that. Dial-A-Ride is definitely more pushed towards folks that need that actual or more special needs transportation wise, elderly, disabled, and those that are capable of riding fixed route. We're definitely providing education. Some of what we're looking at and it is part of kind of that this transit strategy plan and strategic planning, and looking at even programs or services to help with kind of like volunteer travel ambassadors, where you actually have people that get familiar with riding the route and then they kind of teach other people how to ride fixed route. Because we definitely have that piece where you would certainly prefer door-to-door transportation like a taxi service versus waiting and doing, but we are already looking at and have already implemented limits in terms of the Dial-A-Ride now that we have fixed route. And that actually comes into play when you're asking for screening people for even on the senior transportation is okay, is public transportation available, is, you know, some of those things. So we already have put in place restrictions related to that and are routing people towards that. So you could get some complaints from people said, oh, I wanted to go this, and they kept telling me and typically our Dial-A-Ride is getting booked out anyway. And again, because it's a lot of focus is people that actually have to use a wheelchair accessible vehicle and need door-through-door assistance. And we, not to say people that are needing wheelchairs can't ride our fixed route, because we do have people that are doing that too. So
You think there's an opportunity to, like you said, sort of like rider helpers where, because I'm interested, because I had an example of that where I know somebody that really should be, and there's a fixed route available to them.
Right.
But they were afraid, like they didn't understand how
Yeah.
to do it. And so, we got a friend to go, figure it all out. And it's like, come on, we're just gonna go take a ride around the whole route. And, if you want to go to Hood River, they live in White Salmon. And so this is how it would work, and help them out. And that was all right before COVID.
Right.
So-
Yeah. And that would be something that we would use the volunteer
Yeah.
connection program for, is to recruit and educate, because we've had, pre-COVID, a number of senior volunteers and that talked about being interested in encouraging others to ride and showing them that, oh, hey, you could do this. And I know specifically recently, just with the route resuming and the new service, I know Norma Pickett, our operations manager, actually was showing some people in Golden how to get on and ride, because it's all ages and folks. So when you haven't had or used public transit, it's confusing, daunting. The schedules look a little different sometimes, and how you read them and what you need to do. And so that is one of our goals, would be to do that. And there are typically grants available to help support that. But like I said, with this volunteer connection grant, that would be something that we could actually promote as well, and utilize that service and volunteers to help in terms of travel trainers, is what they refer to it as. So I know that, we do want to always hear about what requests are for routes, because we do log. We log in when we've had to turn down rides or things like that when we're booked up, because that helps in terms of future applications. But also just, I don't know that people realize how expensive it is to get and add just a route in. And I mean, it took a long time to just get these ones set up, and we would love to be able to have routes going all over the county, but there's just
That's
not.
kind of my worry. I think
Yeah.
you go between Dallasport and White Salmon, you could have some ridership there, but God, how many would you get coming up into Klickitat?
And so that's something that, again, we would have to, look at, and whether there's some other ways to do some connections, and potentially some van pool sources or some other creative ways to help with that. But I know that's definitely the community of Klickitat and Wild always, had requests in that too. And we would love and hope to be able to do that connection. But just right now, with the funding we have, there aren't the resources for that, but certainly we'll always look for possibilities of that, and then approach the board about whether you're supportive of applying for those grants.
Yeah, it all comes down to how much money we have and how much money you can spend. And we'd love to do a lot of things. It's just funding always comes out.
So one of the main areas that I'd written about that I have wanted to discuss that is, and this is something we've visited and revisited over the 15 years that I've been here, and it's becoming really more of a challenge of the viability of our home care agency and that license for that service. So the challenge is it's a needed service and support, but it is very big that's a huge drain in terms of financially. It's been one that's been increasingly subsidized with the county dollars that we've received for solid waste revenues. And I would say, in terms of some of the summaries where I've indicated kind of what the support that's been provided to county, that is cash support. That's not really the full picture, because that money does not actually incorporate my time. I don't actually record my hours in that like I do for case management, and it also does not, we don't pay rent for, it's all those other in-kind costs that are.
We don't charge any overhead.
Correct.
Buildings and
So the real picture of it is substantially larger, but where, certainly one of the things that we've tried, over the years, part of where even a larger subsidy came in was about 2013 was when we also had looked at the fact that we'd had all of our in-home care aides, the caregivers were previously classified as just casuals. They were all casuals. They got no county benefits per se. They were getting some medical benefits under a different basic health program. And we literally had caregivers, in-home service aides that had been working for the county for 15 years and full-time hours and still weren't earning any of those. So we'd had discussions and the board had agreed that though we should establish some FTE positions. The FTE position was based on a 30-hour-a-week average. And so those full-time positions that were created, we continued with full-time and some casual part-times where they would earn, be able to access the county medical, dental benefits, PERS, and then additionally earn 6 hours holiday, 6 hours vacation, those pieces at that level. And so that did obviously bump up some of that subsidy that was happening because we were already subsidizing the program prior to that. But in terms of looking at equity and fairness for people that were really working as full-time employees in the county, that was determined at that time.
We understood that it was.
Yeah, so, but, yeah. More of the challenge though that has developed over the years is increased regulatory additions and costs. We've had, so part of was the addition of, they made a change within the state. First, there were regulatory changes towards the required training and certification for in-home caregivers, where we used to do the training ourselves. My existing staff that were approved and trained, including myself, but they increased the amount of training that was involved that didn't allow for us, because it's not like we just have a trainer person. It's wearing multiple hats. And requiring certification and testing and that. So the shift went from, they also used to have a contractor, Columbia Gorge Community College was our local contracted provider for people to be able to go to training. And that was eliminated. And because we aren't part of the SEIU union for our caregivers, that we don't have access to their training, that we have to use DSHS approved trainers, and the closest ones were in Vancouver or Yakima. And the training got expanded to a full 2 weeks in-person training. So in terms of the cost of being able to, we couldn't pay to have people go to full, there's a huge expense associated with that. So we had to change our job descriptions and requirements to be eligible to be hired by us, was that they already had to be credentialed, because they have to have a home care aide certification or a nurse's aide certification. And we don't have a lot of people coming that. And I kind of given just over the recent years, the issue related to, we've always continuously advertised for in-home care aides, caregivers. And the applicants have been very minimal in terms of entire years. And many of the applicants did not meet qualifications. And sometimes that can even be criminal background check issues as well. We do criminal background check as well as drug testing. And then, but even beyond that was the certification piece. And then not having any real local training for them to be able to go to become trained. So I had talked in previous years about whether there were ways that we could look at accessing some programs or services to get some of that training, but that has not been something that I can make happen in terms of, I know Columbia Gorge Community College is one that both I and then Leslie Hebert with Goldendale, Klickitat Valley Hospital, have been working with for a few years. Things got kind of set aside with COVID, then that resumed, and they've been working with them about starting the CNA program. But I would still involve an actual cash outflow or having people that are going to go complete that training and then want to come and apply and work for us. So in addition, we also had electronic visit verification. So for training, we also had to switch where we were using a subscription service for the training because of the hoops that had to go through to get a bar training approved. It was more cost effective to actually do a subscription online service. So we've been paying for that on an annual basis. So that added some additional costs, cheaper though than what it would cost for us to do it ourselves. And then electronic visit verification is a federal mandate that then is the state, and that requires the GPS verification system. So we have the iPads, they have to clock in and clock out to have the GPS. So, and that's a cost for that particular software system and the devices. So we've had these continually increasing costs and even though the state has indicated it's been kind of averaged in the unit rate, we're such a small agency, it doesn't really,
no, it's not.
The costs are a lot more for us. So we had received a grant to help with some of the startup costs for the EVV from the state because of what we said, this is a huge burden for us, where we were able to purchase the iPads with that grant, but we still have the monthly expense for those because they have to be on, the Verizon plan, and then it's every clock in and out is a charge, and the software management system, because then that information has to get uploaded to the state. So we're proving that we actually were in that client's GPS location providing service. So, and it's a lot in terms of management for myself and operations manager, just keeping up with the regulations and that too, but it's a needed service. Except we're at a point now that
We need a break eventually.
that we cannot get the staff needed to even kind of carry out services and needs. And so I'm at that kind of breaking point of what would need to happen is some money to put forth to do some definite push for recruitment and training to get folks in, as well as a decision to really would need to be marketing and competing against some of the private business to have more of those private pay resources coming in that may be able to offset some of those losses. Now that I'd have to really evaluate whether that was, what that meant in terms of dollars to make that happen, and whether that would really, what the break-even amount would be to make that happen. Typically, the agency, us operating the agency and having it from when I've come on, was that we were primarily there to provide an alternative, not really directly compete against the private business sector. And it was just to be there because of not having the service and the resources. And so our current breakdown of private pay and state clients and where people are at, we currently have actively just about 31 clients on services right now. And then that can be as little as somebody that's just getting a few hours a month of housekeeping services to folks that are getting, full-time kind of support. And we're down to actually 7 in-home caregivers. Only 4 of those are full-time and only 3 are actively working. We have 1 out on medical. And of those 3 full-time, 2 are talking about that they're ready to retire. So it's not, So I thought this was a time to talk about, and so our license it's a 2-year license for the home care license. It's due to renew the end of January. That's a fee associated with that. Usually about a couple $1,000s for that license. Our current contracts and that license would require that we give notice for that, and obviously look at providing and helping existing clients to find replacement agency or caregivers for the service. And there are some different options potentially. And then potentially for any staff that we have would be, again, talking about whether they would want to become what we call a contracted individual provider for the state, where if they're a state client, they can have that same caregiver and they become part of that state individual provider program and are paid through them, or potentially see about one of the other agencies hiring if that's what those caregivers are interested in. So I guess I'm at this point where because this has been an issue always every year at budget, because we're coming up on budgets, is okay, Sharon, you got more here that you're asking, for us from. Where do we have to look at, in terms of where the big subsidies are? And unfortunately, the home care program and that licensing is a big portion of that senior program's money drain. And because we're in that area where it's like, okay, we're having a challenge to really continue it just because of not having sufficient people to carry it out and do that, it might be a good time to look at whether it's viable to continue, or if we look at putting our efforts towards helping those other agencies to have more of a presence and get on board.
I will go first. Yes, it's a tough decision, but I think it has to be done. I do, yeah, we have to give, 30 days notice to assist our clients, I would hope. And I can't imagine the board wouldn't be on board with giving a little more time than that to help facilitate everybody a new helper, or to get our current staff helping them get employment through the state or through one of these private people. But yeah, it's something that we can't afford it where it is, let alone afford it going forward, let alone find the staff to do it. So I think trying to continue at this point would just be more of a pipe dream than reality.
And I would suggest to go to the end of the year, for that transitioning. The 30 days was okay, there would need to be a decision
prior to, if we weren't going to.
But I felt like before, even
We
in
have the
terms of the
license, so let's
budget.
take it to the end of the year,
Right, and the license is, yeah. And then just in terms of, because of, I know we'll have budget meetings and there's going to be the whole piece there. Addressing that, I thought talking about that prior to get some direction on where and how. And we had already made, we did last year, had made a transition with our operations managers positions that had typically been one at each. And that was a big half of their time had typically been allocated to the home care program and then half to transportation management. That shifted to just one person who's floating between the two, overseeing, doing the home care and transportation management. So we had actually reduced, we replaced those with admin supports at each end that help in all the different programs. But in terms of specific to what's allocated out of home care, that reduced actually some of that, yet we're still subsidizing that substantially. And a lot of that has to do too, but we don't have more of a client caseload because we don't have the caregivers to make that happen. But there's a whole catch-22 in terms of you can't you have to staff up in order to be able to bring on more people and.
How do you staff up when we can't even get people
Can't even
to
get an
apply?
applicant, right?
Exactly. And I mean, literally, there have been 0 since February. I mean, I know everybody's struggling with it, and this has been one we've been struggling for years on. And
Where's the senior advisory board been sitting on this?
well, and so we have a meeting.
You're gonna find out on Friday.
Well, he won't be here this Friday. It'll be next week,
Oh, is
next
it?
month now.
Yeah.
And
Whether
so,
you want to sit in on Friday, I've got another meeting.
I mean, I will talk with the advisory board in more detail about this on Friday, with
I
them.
understand with them, they're going to have pushback. Just because I imagine all seniors will have pushback, but it needs to come down to funding and they need to, I guess I'd say, if not from here, then where? You know, kind of a thing. So I can't imagine they would rather say cut bus routes and keep this program. You know, we're gonna have to do something somewhere, so it'll be interesting. If you want me to go fill in for Jake on Friday and take the grenade, I will.
Yeah, no, and I don't have any problem explaining, we've talked about the challenges and then this has been an ongoing item for years about, with that level of subsidy. And I know they're strong proponents of continuing and using, those funds to support that, but we're kind of at that area too, where
It's not.
we're
just a
not
money
able,
issue,
yeah.
It's a personality.
and-
That would become both.
It's an ability.
Yeah.
It's not just.
And whether or not we can potentially help development in other, I think on the other hand, this volunteer connection program, there's some supports that can be garnered through that. It's not going to be a replacement, but I think it can be, there can be some supports that will help fill some of those gaps maybe that can't be done here. So, but we talk Friday and then I can always, come back to you all and.
I've already kind of said we're on that, but you guys, do you need time or do you need time to decide where you want to be on this? I've already kind of told you where I am.
Well, thank you so much for being willing on Friday, because I've got another meeting at that same time.
You still hasn't told me whether she wants me there or not. I'm gonna wait for the formal invite.
If you'd like to come, I sent them an email saying that you were coming next month. And so if you want, I can send an email and say you'll.
I'm just saying, if you need somebody there and want somebody there, I
Well,
will.
I
think it would be good.
If you don't need somebody there, I can find
Well,
something else.
Before we make any decisions, I'd like, if you can to go on Friday and bring it back and we can have a discussion about what the senior advisory board felt. That'll help us go on. I mean, we don't have to make a decision.
Oh
right
boy,
now.
you want me to jump right on that grenade, don't you?
You offered to.
So Friday, 10:30 Dallasport.
That's your official request.
Or
I mean, I
can send
think,
you
and
the
I
link
would say I have found them to be, yes, they will, of course, always advocate for resources, but I think they're realists and they are, when we've had to do things, they can understand. I mean, you can look at the numbers.
Yeah.
And it's, plus it's kind of a fairness thing too, is the matter of the number of clients and the level of subsidy has gotten to, we're almost $5,000 per individual that we are it's really a direct subsidy to that person.
And we have
But for
other
the- I mean,
areas
for the
that,
year, so that year.
other senior programs that we are, there are subsidies and that is hitting a broader number. of
Exactly,
folks,
is that
like-
when we have
Cost per
limited the
individual.
cost per individual,
You only have
there's
so much money
Right.
and it could be far better served.
Yeah. Because I mean,
think they'll have to work
just
it
like
out
the
later.
INA program, I mean, there's a lot of subsidy there, but there's also a lot more.
but not
in terms
per
of
client in
individuals,
this case. And
clients
again,
or-
I'm very sympathetic. I get that, but
And I mean, our challenge has been, and when we've had the discussions before about it, is that the other agencies haven't been very present. And we know that's a challenge right now too, but I don't think they'll ever get more, so there is, like I'd reference Addison, Chesterfield are two agencies that are contracted with ads when the state to provide service. work in the county, we've got good response on the east end with that agency. We've had a lot more challenge, more mid to west end. Addis has not been present for a while, but they still are, and that'll be something that would be, you know, in terms of communicating to Addis with.
Right, maybe, right,
More
that's how
pressuring,
we
making-
work through that as far as how do we get.
Getting
these
more going
agencies
on.
To be more responsive.
And then,
Because maybe they felt like they didn't need to because we were doing it. And
I mean, but they are, I mean, and just the other factor is, even if we said, oh, we're gonna continue and we're gonna put some money forth to do this training, or I don't know, because even Chesterfield, who does do training, they're having troubles getting people. So you know, there's no simple, as we know, you know, within the county and the time you've been advertising for a number
Lots
of
of
different
things,
positions, and there's no, and
apparently nobody wants to work anymore.
and that we're still trying to get a part-time cook to help with the meal program, and we have 0. So,
okay.
Anyway, so I will talk to the advisory board, and if
When do you
you're
gonna
available
start running
Friday.
your rotations of the advisory board? From
Pardon me?
location, from White Salmon to Lyle to. or from
We are-
Gulfport?
So we just had Goldendale.
See, we gotta get on the right.
We gotta
path
get
for
on the
that
right
one.
And so now it's Dalesport, and then
Oh, it's
October will be White
And then
Salmon.
it would be Jason.
And
And then it
so,
would be Dave's turn.
and then December,
That's trying to.
December is Dave, I think, and that's back in Golden.
I always do Christmas.
But, well, doesn't mean I can't use Goldendale.
Because
boys, no
we're
problem.
hoping to have that meeting in our new building. But we've had it at the senior center the last time we had the back meeting room there.
No.
I'm not available.
So
Friday's already
Friday,
pretty full. Yeah, your Friday.
Dan, I'll send you the,
It's on my calendar.
okay, so we'll see you in Dalesport.
It's already on there. They're lickety. You did it. I thought, wow, Sharon, you're good.
She has.
Here, let me, yeah, people.
She put it on my calendar before she came over.
Okay, great.
All right.
Okay,
Take all the
thank you.
knives and swords away from all your seniors before you get there,
Thank
so.
Okay, so we'll talk Friday, and then,
We'll schedule some time with you and we'll work through it. We'll work through it.
okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna now give us 2 minutes. 2 minute. A 2-minute recess myself.
I'm gonna breathe for 2 minutes.
Besides the other thing.
I would have to sit here and drink for 3 minutes so I can breathe. I'll be in the process of having a drink.
Okay. Drink.
Drink water. Miss Jen, are these answers you want from us today? Sorry, Jake's back. I was gonna ask you a question. before you got back.
Good thing we didn't have Jeff King today, or it'd be a real long.
Yeah. Well, that's what they, yeah, because I put it under BoCC calendar and then I changed it to my color. Most of my stuff on my calendar is not on the BoCC color. Trying to figure out why you could see it so fast. No, it was already supposed to be long. And I was invited to another county commissioner meeting at 4 o'clock today, so it can continue to go long.
What was that?
Said I was invited to another county commissioners meeting at 4 o'clock.
Oh, with,
Yeah.
men?
So
So you're the chosen, did you go to the last one?
I tuned in about 20 minutes left to go.
What was it about?
A declaration of opposition to orders and mandates and
How many people were on there?
all that fun stuff. 7, 8.
Oh, that's it? All commissioners?
One from each county. Skamania, the new guy from Skamania was there.
New guy.
The newest.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yep, yep.
But he like left 5 minutes after I got there.
I would. I may not.
Well, what did you feel? How did you feel?
I like I said, I only caught the end of it. And like I told them, I will continue listening. But not that I'm actively involved.
Okay, let's move on. Consent.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with 8 items.
Second. You have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $262,442.40 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,030,641.32 for the date ending August 30th, 2021.
I will second that motion as well.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the bills. Any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Okay.
We wanna take a break before we do.
Yeah, that's what I thought we would do there. If he's there.
He is there.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer, I don't know if you want to be online or come on downstairs. We're ready for you when you're available.
I think he disappeared, so maybe he is coming down.
Oh, you're probably.
Probably talking. to
Check his
the-
rubber.
From the hallway.
Yeah.
I'm going.
There he is. There you go. Perfect.
Are you ready?
Yeah, we were like, oh, he popped off. I bet he's coming down here.
I didn't know there was no Jeff King, so I was thinking, oh, it's gonna be another little bit.
Yep. Afternoon.
Not as
thing.
windy as Gordy usually is by the time he gets here.
Yeah, it's gonna be something when we move to a new building. It's
So
gonna
he'll
be
be
just
slipping and
lots of
slipping.
slipping and coming
It'll be
down.
covered in snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to cross the.
We'll hear the.
You can get to the zip line straight from second floor to second floor.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Well, good news is I don't really have a lot, but I do have some important things to cover today, so. We met, the finance committee did last Friday, and one of the things that we did spend a little bit in the beginning talking about, which this is also just kind of the treasurer's update for the office, is the new L&I requirements for how to service the customers. We will be sending out an email from the treasurer's office, just encouraging folks to continue to use the drop boxes in the remote locations. Our office does not have a lobby area. We are unlike the clerks and the auditor and the assessor on the second floor specifically. And so we kind of talked a little bit at the finance committee, just kind of hearing what everybody was doing. And so we are going to just put a
a buzzer on our door so that when it opens, the staff knows that the door is open. They will put on their masks and be there. We are not going to lock the door as other departments have done. September for us is a very busy tax collection month. Again, I think we'll try to encourage folks to use online options or the Dropbox. But I really think that locking the door to the treasurer's office is just I don't think it's the best thing. So we will try to do everything we can to comply. So that was a little bit of a discussion from the finance committee, and just kind of, we want to make sure that we're masked when we have the public in there and doing everything we can, but we're not going to lock the door, but we're going to put a buzzer notification. We're kind of trying that out as we go. So I wanted to make you guys aware of that. And also just for folks, districts and everything else, just encouraging them to use the Dropboxes. It sounds like in talking to Gordy, they're going to finally get relocated kind of, I think, for one of the last times back around to the other side of the courthouse eventually. So we will do that. And then that is something that I think as the treasurer's office and as we move forward out of this whole, whatever we are, move into the future, we will be wanting to get a actual Dropbox similar to like the election boxes, to where we have the ability to have folks put, deposits and other things in there that we can utilize just like these. Most treasurers have had one, and they're a little more stout than the ones that we have. So that will
be the color coordinated.
Yeah, in the wrong one.
Yeah, that's
in the red box.
That's always a bit of a challenge if you listen to all treasurers and auditors kind of commits a little bit, but I think the pros way outweigh the cons of those kinds of things. And
pick your color early.
There you go. There you go. So the next thing we talked about, and the other thing that I did work with Gordy on, and Gordy's been great to help, and I do want to thank Gordy and his group. We are going to put a Dropbox in the wall to the right of the door so that you'll be able to put something in a Dropbox that will be locked behind. So you wouldn't actually have to come in the lobby at all. So I think that will be a huge benefit as well. So we'll have to put some signage there for that. And go from there. So that is, and Gordy, and I, again, a shout out to Gordy and his crew, because they've been helpful with explaining things, trying to figure out what to do, very responsive. So I really appreciate his work. Let's see. The next thing we talked about was, as the finance committee is continuing to kind of move forward, one of the things that we need to do is to review the policies specifically stated in RCWs is that debt policy, the investment policy, and I believe there's one other one, but I can't remember what it is. So we did kind of talk about how we were going to do that. I am going to gather some policies from other places. We're going to kind of read through them a little bit, kind of begin the process of that. We don't know how it's really going to be. I don't think we've done this since I've been here. So we'll be able to review that and look at that. But that's something that I think that will also, the state auditors, I know, always ask, oh, when have you updated them, and I think we need to review them, look at them, and I think it'll be a good thing to get on the books for us to do. And if we can work through, and we thought the debt policy was a good place to start. So that's where we were going. Let's see, Jen did update, I think most everything that I have on here from Jen, she's updated this morning, but I will say that I think she reported in the meeting that she was about 55,000 or somewhere in the range short with the lost revenue to the total amount of money that we've received. I believe she reported that this morning. If that number is different, but I'm pretty sure that's what my notes were at. So that was a good thing. And we talked about it. And in our session, we all kind of agreed, and I think this is a consensus. The fewer things we can do to get to the total number, the better it would be, instead of having a bunch of little $1,000 items. It'd be nice to have. It'd be great to find a $55,000 item or a 225s or something like that. Make it fairly straightforward.
We're done.
Yes.
Less reporting come out at times.
Yes, and less things to track and so on and so forth. So yes, we did agree. So, and the finance committee did thank Jen for her work. She's done a great job of staying on top of that kind of thing and getting all the paperwork submitted and staying on the deadlines and reporting to everybody and kind of letting everybody know what's happening. We did have just a brief discussion on budgets, but I believe it's exactly the same thing Jen reported today, 62% of something, and
This is increased out of this morning.
which is, yeah. So I think we're moving forward on there, but we didn't really spend much time on that. And then Brenda did report the state auditors are finishing up and we're just kind of working through some loose ends on there. I know there's a handful that we have in the treasurer's office of providing some backup for some Schedule 6 items. And that's one of the things that we are working on. The next meeting will be the 10th at 9 a.m. In the treasurer's office, we got through fair. That was it's kind of a crazy event for us just because of all the money it's just such a short time. We manage the fair revolving fund. So we're trying to do that. And it's a very unique situation where you have a fund that really is there for a sole purpose of a 4-week period or 3-week period. So, but it went well and from our side. And so we work with the fair board on anything, but that item is now behind us, which is great. And the other one is the pool, which is another one that has a lot of weird little things and pennies and dimes and makes our deposit look like we're carrying change and maybe make some loud noises when we drop it. So they're about through. Surplus auction. We've been working with Lee on the surplus auction. Our hope is to, we haven't gotten too many more things listed on there. We've got some challenges. My office, we have looked at the software we're using. The software is called publicsurplus.com, I think. I can't remember, but anyway, public surplus if you look on the internet. It's the same one the PUD uses. We got a tutorial on how to set the auctions up. I think it's going to work out fairly straightforward. That's my fault. I didn't realize it. But we're working on moving forward, having an auction in November. Lee and I kind of talked about how we back our way up. We have some vehicles that we don't have titles to and some other things, and we're going to see if we can continue to, even if with this new platform, if we got to have an auction and we got through 10 or 15 rigs and got some stuff moving and learned the process, we really think there would be a lot of benefit in that. And I do think that this new doing it online will be a benefit. We'll also, and kind of listening to the meeting this morning about records and things, that would be something nice as we move to an online sale, just providing that information out there. One of the things that I think is going to be different is a lot of times, we just kind of, the car's there, it's as is, come look at it.
We don't know anything about it.
Right. And we know maybe that it has a bad transmission and that's just something that we should disclose because the bidding will be visual. So we're moving from a silent auction or where you put a bid in to competitive bidding on the website.
As you're doing online, are you going to, I think it would, if possible, at least with the online auctions I attend, having a 15-second video of the vehicle being started and walked around and the pictures definitely increases the price. So if it is capable for you to add that in there, I think we could see more revenues.
And videos are a tough one in online auctions because they eat up a lot of bandwidth, and so then it's kind of that whole thing. So we have talked about them. This one, I think they do allow them. It's just a matter of how that would be, but we can look at that and doing. But definitely the pictures, getting the pictures taken, getting everything, putting a description with it. So I think it will be a good thing as we move through. And then our hope is to make it to where it's less work so that the public works department isn't spending all this time moving stuff from A to B and in a building and out of a building. And then, we can go out, take the pictures of it and kind of do that. So we can, because we constantly have vehicles that are coming up. I mean, the worst part about the surplus option is you get done and a week later, there's 12 cars now again. And you're like, we just cleaned this area. So, so hopefully we can make it to where it will move a little bit better and we'll take into account the videos and see what we can come up with. But I think we definitely can, try to explain it'll be a little different than we've done before. And that was my point, is that if the information we have will help us kind of lay it out there for them. So that is something that we are working on. The state audit, just thought of something I left off. The state audit, again, like I mentioned earlier, we have a couple punch items that we're working on for them for short term. So I know in my office, some backup stuff of some open period pieces. We are finished with our budget. We're just working on our budget memo. And the last thing is month end, we're working on Today's the 31st, so busy day in our office. We did repay or take out the forest excise tax admin that the $150,000 that the state hadn't billed for 6 years. I think we've talked about that before. For the Department of Revenue hadn't been collecting their admin fee on our tab or our forest excise tax. And so we did get that repaid this month. So just FYI, so that will be
How
going.
much was that?
It was 150,000. We've talked about it. I brought it up in my other.
Apparently I forgot it.
Made over the last 6 years though?
What's that?
How much have we made on forest excise tax in the last 6 years?
Oh, we get a lot of excise tax, but they are supposed to take a percentage and they change. And I don't think it's 6 now that I think about it. I think it's shorter than that. I want to say it's 3. But they had changed their system and they didn't take out their admin fee, and then they all of a sudden went back. And I'll have to go dig up my other reports.
You did. I just didn't.
I will. I don't
realize
have the
number
details
was
of the
that
pieces, but yeah, the DOR went back, which they wouldn't let anybody else go back.
high. Go back.
for
You're like,
years.
oh, you made a mistake.
Right.
Too bad.
Right. So, but we did get that repaid, and so that's a done deal as of this month. So we're working on that. The other part is I did hear we are working on the Dallas Port title. I don't want to call them title searches because we're doing them ourselves, but we're going in and trying to go back through the records and try to figure out some of these parts and pieces. So the triangle, the trap, these are the names of them that we're calling them. The triangle, the trapezoid, and the mill site.
Right.
Yeah. So it sounds like a comedy or something like that. So those, we are working on that and we're digging them up. It is going to take us a little bit of time though, because they aren't transactions that we have. We actually had to go over to the Presby and look at some papers and stuff to try to dig up some of the information on the mill site from the sale, because we didn't have the ad that was in there. So we were able to go look at the foreclosure ad because we wanted to look at that. So trying to dig up some of the parts and pieces that we have. So we've been able to kind of put some of the pieces together, and we pulled some of the information from the clerk's office because a lot of everything gets filed in the legal side for foreclosure. So, and then the park, that's an interesting one, and we'll continue to dive into that. But we do have those on our list, and hopefully in the next 30 days or so, we'll be able to get you guys some more information on that. That's what I have.
All right. Well done, sir. That's an accurate depiction.
Yes.
I always wonder why it
Friday on steroids.
the treasurer comes and gives a report when the other person in the finance committee was there too. It's like, why doesn't the chair just give that?
Well, that's fine.
Because the treasurer is the chair of the finance committee.
Yeah.
So there you go. And he's the financial guru, so.
Well, I don't know, financial guru. I'm the treasurer. I feel like lately I've been the policy of figuring out how people to move about different places.
Yeah.
Seems to be kind of crazy, but yes. So
Okay, thank you,
I
sir.
think that's it. Thank you.
You're used to moving money, what's the move?
Yeah, moving people.
Money is kind of more like, it's like the Star Trek's transmittal person, you use the bank and you
And it
just
just-
move it over here.
Yeah.
Will you transport yourself back upstairs?
I will.
Thank you. Okay, board pending. So we did have the request from Zach Kennedy for a list of 2 to 3 issues.
So for me, it's gonna be the Hood River Bridge, getting that legislation in order so that we can create the bridge authority or however it's gonna be done. So that's a high one for me. And then the other high one for me is legislation so that the wind and solar can be taxed on not the ridiculous depreciating way we do it right now.
So that's number 1 for me.
Yeah, it was my number 1 and the bridge was number 2, but that's
I don't know that I have.
only because I'm not on
number
that committee. So, yeah, I would say for us,
And that's my Friday meeting, why I chose
Oh.
that over, because it's the CG breeze and, that's the pulse of that.
right.
1 could help us and 1 can hurt us. I would go with the hurt us.
Do you have any other ones or you?
No, I don't want to clog up their list. I would prefer to keep it. I know he asked for 3,
Right.
but if we only have 1, he'll focus on it. If we have 2, he'll focus on both. If we have 3, they're gonna be nutty.
Right. Nope, I'm
Yeah,
fine
but
with
if you have 3, you actually have a little bit higher likelihood of getting 1 through.
I only want one of those two, and really mainly the first one first.
He's not very decisive. is he?
No,
Which in our scope of things, I think it would be wise for us to reach out to our representatives in Olympia, which have already said they're interested, and schedule a time to meet with them that we can, maybe have the assessor in there if need be, or we can just present the pitch and explain to them what the problem is.
Right.
And how it needs to fix. So that they can be working on it from the other end. And I think if we wait until it gets close to legislative session, it's kind of too late.
Right.
That they need to be working on what they're attacking now. So the sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned.
WASAC Leaders Conference, you just wanted some.
Can we, things Jen's here too, you guys had tabled the building department budget, and separating out the code compliance part of that, if you want to do that first, and then
Okay.
next just housekeeping.
Okay.
So Ms. Jen, these numbers that you have here are just a basic ballpark to get us started with this. I can't imagine these are going to be too accurate going forward in the future years. Am I correct?
I would probably agree with that. I'm just trying to give Lynn and Cindy some sort of guidance going, and then we can you guys can hammer down into it and during budget workshop.
Oh, I see. Got it. If you're trying to remove from their budget,
Yeah.
or they remove from their budget.
And
Got it.
magically create a whole new budget somewhere under you guys.
I looked over it. The one on the right-hand side seemed a little closer, considering we're gonna have startup costs to this position. So yeah, yours.
Yeah, I was the same. I was the white column, the fiscal.
Not much difference, but
No, it's not
It's-
much different.
yeah, I
You
appreciate
go
that.
ahead and tell somebody $10,000.
Well,
I
That's
prefer
a-
to think of things in the 2% versus.
yeah. Only 9,000.
Live in doom and gloom. You gotta look at the right notes when you can.
Right.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Your LoSAC reservations have been made for the conference,
For the conference itself.
for the
And
conference
you
itself.
got the new one, the $75 off for Dan and I.
Dang right.
Well, I'm sure I was I didn't even need to ask.
That better be cheap.
I'm as cheap
Yeah,
as you guys.
yeah.
So then-
We're pretty cheap, and me and Lee talked, and you guys are sharing a room.
We're not that cheap.
I was gonna, so did you get rooms booked as well?
No, that's why it's on there.
So that thing starts on Tuesday, the 16th, so I'm assuming we would need Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night.
Right.
And then we would be coming home Friday.
Correct. So this would typically, it would be all three.
So one thing I was thinking is what is it, 120 a night?
I believe that's what it was, 121 or
121 or
something. like
something.
that.
We could probably, if you guys wanted, we could probably get like an Airbnb or something for cheaper.
But you're right there. you're
Yeah,
close.
I would advocate, I'm fine if you want to do that. I generally advocate I like to stay, I have done the other, and it's nice to be at the conference.
I was gonna say, I think you could get more smoothing with other commissioners, possibly if you're there. So I can see I don't know.
I have done both, and I have felt like I missed stuff because I
Well,
left.
then,
Maybe I was always missing stuff.
so you said Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night?
Correct.
All right.
Come back Friday.
I think you have a breakfast thing Friday morning or something. Now we don't. It's just late night Thursday.
Late night Thursday. And
Any preference like beds, like Dave, I know what his preference is.
a bed.
Soft bed, hard bed.
Baby bed.
You got right where I was going with, took him a minute.
I did.
No.
It's like I like my porridge.
2 occupants.
2 occupants?
Yep.
Okay.
I know, I wasn't looking for permission. was
No, I know.
Looking for everybody else to answer the questions.
No, it's a school week, so. They don't have vacation days. They're called summer.
How does it work with, how does it work up there with their food? Because they supply you food, but if you have a spouse, you paying for that individually through them, or how? I'm sure
They,
they'll tell me when I get
they
there.
typically do not, if it is conference provided, it's not provided to the spouse.
Right, you just run your own tab.
You just run, right, and you can do that. I would not, you could check, I've not done it at our local conference before. They'll have, because sometimes it's a better deal if you can just pay the extra for your spouse to get it's like basically they'll get anything you would
The
get.
all-inclusive.
The all-inclusive thing. It usually is not,
I didn't know that was an option.
I don't know, as far as, I don't know. If
Maybe, I won't worry about it. We'll go this way and figure out next year if I go that
Stuff that's not like the receptions, the stuff that's, they don't differentiate between that. And so your spouse can come, it's
route. I think the last one you can get spousal massages, so.
that was just your, good Lord. Now
Now
I
you
see
see
why.
why Rex
Yeah.
loved it.
Rex loved that committee.
You do next week, you have your other insurance pool coming in to give you.
We gotta see what their benefits.
I
are.
want to
Yeah.
see. I've heard
What's
massage.
their
and-
treat?
Yeah, what's their treat?
I chose golf originally.
Did you?
Okay. Then found out you can have spa too.
Well, I think you can have anything you want.
I
That
use
was
pretty
the-
much.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's, yeah,
Okay.
that's the last thing.
Okay.
And you're gonna arrange hotels for us, so we don't have to, right? Just
Correct.
I have a smidge.
Okay.
So you saw the Mylan Walling was on the request for today and now he's not.
Yeah, what?
I don't know why he's not. I would assume part of the Goldendale Reds is a Stonehenge piece. So I don't know why he was going to be asking for money when we're going to hopefully get that somewhere else. Maybe he was advised that,
And that's why.
and that's why, but yeah, even if he wasn't, we need to wait until that piece is over before anything else. The RV that we saw at lunch.
Oh, yes.
So with our nuisance and code compliance, part of that is structures or dwellings that are, I guess I would say, not meeting current code. And some of that are vehicles that are being brought into this county from other counties because we have a very lax code on those vehicles going back to as long as it's something after 1976. So you can imagine what a 1977 trailer is rated for.
Are you talking single wides?
Anything. Some of them can be office spaces.
That's the mobile home ordinance that, you know, we
There's two issues there, and we need to, I think we need to look into that. Because I think they're being brought in and used and adding to our nuisance issues. So I think we as a county can fix that by creating an ordinance that if you're bringing something into this county, it has to meet current code or current energy code or something to make some restrictions on moving some of that older junk out of Skamania County and bringing it to Klickitat County. Either through making sure it has to have current energy code like your house would if you were building it. But you can move a trailer in from 1976 that doesn't meet the snow load and doesn't meet the energy requirements. And then 5 years later, you get to pay the nuisance debt all the way.
So those are considered single. If you're looking at energy code, that's manufactured homes. And that's after 1977. It's no longer mobile homes, they're manufactured homes. And they have their own, if Lynn's on here, she can.
I already talked to her about it, so. I was just gaining the original, I guess, information from her to see if you guys might be interested in diving deeper into this topic to see if there's something we can actually do. Because I'm getting complaints essentially of people bringing them in.
Are you talking about manufactured homes? Or are you talking about the RV? Or both?
No, the RV just reminded me of the manufacturer,
Oh,
but not all
good.
of them are manufactured there.
There is no
RV.
connection.
So the RV with wheels on it, that
I was
wasn't.
gonna say, because that was a classic,
Right.
in good shape.
Runs and drives. No, this is trailers essentially coming in and maybe manufactured homes and maybe never even coming off the tires as it's sitting there and used for an office space or a storage bin or a chicken coop or whatever they're using for, or a home. That are, I'm getting a lot of complaints about. One of the people complaining even turned in an application. So it's something I think we need to address to keep our nuisances going down, going forward down.
Are we aware, have folks changed, like you
But
mentioned Skamania
The
County?
problem is they're bringing it in and they're not permitting them.
Some of them, like this recent complaint, has 2 permits.
Right, but if it's being
applications.
used as a chicken coop or an office space, I doubt they're filing for permits through the building department. You're gonna spend as much money on the permit as you probably paid for the thing. Now, if you're bringing it in, you're setting it, you're living in it, you would hope they would be getting a building permit, if they're living in it, you know, but I mean, there's still some fairly, like, it all depends on how well it's kept up, you know, there's manufactured homes here in the county that are tear downs that are from the late 90s. There's also ones from the mid 80s that are in great shape. So how do you quantify the?
Well, this would be the discussion if there was interest in having this discussion. I didn't want to have a just giant 20-minute discussion during board pending. I wanted to see if there was any interest to bring Lynn in and have this discussion. If there isn't, then why spend everybody's time and why bring Lynn in to have a discussion? If there is interest, then
It's still a good
go that
conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to, I'm not aware of the issue, like if it's more of an issue than it has been, but I think that's, you know, there are some old single wide trailers from the 1970s that are, I'm thinking, I can think off the top of my head of at least 5 or 6 of them that are still in service as rentals in Lyle.
There's about 100 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm
So-
not trying to kick those people out of the.
You're
county.
talking about
I'm talking
moving,
about moving the trailer from another county to this county and getting a permit for it. I'm not talking about evicting anybody or.
okay,
Every trailer that was approved yesterday is no problem in my book. It's just future ones moving forward. Do we want to make them have the same standards, whether it's snow loads or energy efficiencies that we make stick-built home people have? Because currently we don't.
Mobile homes don't meet our current snow load, even the brand new ones that are
That's correct.
because they have their own
because they have
code.
their own little code.
So,
Okay,
so, all right, I'll tell Lynn to make it happen. The other thing that I mentioned before, and I haven't heard anything from you guys, but I'm gonna put you on the spot right now to either say yes or no, is the surplus auction. In my thought that I believe all of our surplus property, which is the taxpayer's property, when it reaches the end of our usefulness, it should go to public auction. That includes the bulletproof vests. They're worth on the market at auction $300 a piece times 11, that's $3,500. I understand if you want to use one for target practice, that's fine. Turn the other 14 over to public auction. I don't think the taxpayers might be concerned that some of these are making their way home and finding their way into people's houses, and that's not a correct use of taxpayer funds. I would like to see them at auction, but unless I have the board's approval to do so, just me, that doesn't work.
What is the sheriff's current policy on it?
Talking to Mr. Neer is they get used for training.
All of them?
Yep, that's what he said.
well, I would say there's not, I mean, the general policy of, not general policy, I believe it's the law, is that any public property, any public asset that is no longer needed for its purpose has to be disposed of either by auction, unless it has no value, then it can be, because we have some things, we just, nobody
Right.
wants them. and
You got a
we just
broken
don't-
office chair, it's a broken.
Right, it's a broken office chair, or it's gonna cost me more to try to sell them than I'm gonna get for it, and so it's a net benefit to the taxpayer to just throw it away, then we do that. But anything that has any intrinsic value to it is that asset belongs to the people, and we should try to recapitalize, get that thing back, and this would be no different.
And even if the vest is outdated, which is a level 3 body armor, the steel plates have value. The chest plate, the back plate have value and can go in any load bearing vest. So I know I've paid $300 and $350 for outdated level 3 body armor. So there's a value. You can't say there isn't.
Like I said, I'm not taking it's not specific to the sheriff's office, it'd be any.
It's everything. Well, it's
It's
just like
everything.
me saying with Jeff King with his office chair.
It's right.
It's broken. I want it in the auction. I want to make sure this isn't going home anymore. So it's not me picking on any department. This is me wanting to be even and fair across every department for anything that has any intrinsic value that can actually be, whether it's rifle brass at the range, doesn't matter. Everything goes in the auction. But I don't want to go down there and have that talk with them as one commissioner. I want to make sure that this is a board decision, or I'll drop it.
No, I'm fine. I am.
I mean, I'm fine. I know we're gonna get a little bit of blowback, from people saying, what are you doing selling armor into the private hands? It should only be for police officers and military equipment, but it's got value, it's got
You
value.
can show me a law for that.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
It's got value, surplus it.
Yep.
No, I think anything that's value should be surplus. We should try to get what we can for it.
I agree. All right. That was all I had for word opinion.
Okay. Anything else? I don't, or if I did, I've forgotten at this point.
Do I get to make a motion first, assistant?
Not quite.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we adjourn the regular meeting.
I'll second the motion.
We were gonna,
I was gonna say something and then I looked at the thing and said, never mind.
okay. I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. We have no workshop scheduled this week, which I think is our last time for the rest of eternity.
You felt that too?
I did.
Your
I'm gonna go
schedule's
buy a
busy.
Winnebago and
Park it
here
right
and
there.
park it right here.
On the grass.
I'm gonna sleep in the new office building, I think. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Enjoy your last dawn.
Your last, yeah,
Your
after
last.
Labor Day, don't wear white.
Yeah.
Everybody's zooming. There's only